Bone weave.
Sonny let the sound of it echo in his mind, overwhelmed by a feeling of savage joy. He didn't know what that attribute gifted him yet, but he was certain that it would be something special. The blood weave had saved his life so many times after all. And after his encounter with the Mordant Mimic, he learned that having strong bones was as important as having tenacious blood. Shifting his gaze away from the runes, he stared at one of his hands, then made a fist. This was the arm that had been shattered by the vile creature, and then slowly healed while he was falling into the sky below. Even though Sonny had already been able to use it for the past few days, it used to feel weak, awkward, and slightly damaged. But now, it was as good as new. More than that, actually. It felt better than it ever had before. All of his bones felt much more durable and resilient, stronger. His joints seemed to be slightly more agile, too. His teeth felt as though they could crush stones and cut through metal. The strangest change, however, happened to his fingers. It wasn't overly obvious, though. On the surface, it simply felt as though they had grown subtly more sensitive. The tactile feeling of touching things becoming deeper and richer. However, Sonny suspected that the true change was more profound. He just didn't know what it was exactly. Bloodweave had altered his eyes in a very fundamental way, so Boneweave had to have a lot of promise. He ran his fingers across the soft surface of the puppeteer's shroud, vividly feeling the silken fabric slide against his skin. Neat. He could feel every intricacy and every stitch. It was fascinating. Then, Sonny stretched his limbs, sensing their newfound agility. He was already weirdly limber due to practicing shadow dance, which demanded the utmost level of mobility from the practitioner's body. Now, however, it was even further enhanced. He was more flexible than before, but every movement felt stable and powerful. Satisfied, Sonny turned back to the runes and read, Attribute, Boneweave. Attribute description. You have inherited a part of the Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your bones have been altered and imbued with steadfast temperance. He tilted his head, stunned by the somewhat expected, but still profoundly fascinating piece of information he just received. The Weaver's legacy. So, the severed arm had actually belonged to the mysterious demon of fate. It was the Weaver who had snuck into their siblings' tower while bearing a terrible wound, sliced off their rotting limb, and then fashioned a new one from the parts scavenged from the broken porcelain dolls before sewing it onto their body with diamond strings. It was the Weaver's footprints that Sonny had seen in the basement of the Great Obsidian Pagoda. He trembled. Even though Sonny had seen many incredible things and lived through many unlikely events, both wondrous and terrifying, he suddenly felt awe. It was as though he was suddenly in the presence of divinity. The demon of fate had been to this dark island, had walked the same halls that Sonny walked, and breathed the same air. The sharp needle, infused with remnant traces of their blood, was currently inside his storage memory, as well as the diamond string they had used to sew a new arm to their body. Unlike the miraculous black mask, the needle was not a memory. It was the actual thing. But most of all, Sonny had swallowed a phalanx bone of the divine being in question. He still had no logic to why that felt like the right thing to do, but he had done it all the same. He shook his head, massaging his temples. Crazy. This is crazy. He blinked a few times, then suddenly thought, Was this how Neff felt when she first met Kai, I wonder? What a random and ridiculous thought. Then, a slight frown appeared on his face. Why would the Weaver secretly come to their younger brother's abandoned workshop? What was the harrowing rot that had been spreading from their wound? And what manner of creature could have wounded them so terribly? What could even damage a deity? Sonny had so many questions. Luckily, the description of the bone weave was not over. Several strings of runes remained. He concentrated and read. When children of the unknown rebelled against the gods, the Weaver was the only one to refuse the call of war. Despised and hunted by both sides, they disappeared. No one knew where the Weaver went and what they did, until it was too late. Sonny shivered. A few things became more clear from this short description. Firstly, it cemented his suspicion that, at some point in time, the 7 daemons, children of the mysterious unknown, who were also strangely described as having created themselves, had waged war against the gods. Or rather, 6 of them, since the Weaver apparently decided to not join either side in this conflict. Secondly, the Weaver's reluctance to participate in the war had landed them in big trouble with both the gods and the other daemons. Unsurprisingly, one side would have seen the Demon of Fate as one of the enemies simply by virtue of them being a daemon, while the other would have seen them as a traitor for that same reason. That could potentially explain how the Weaver ended up being ghastly wounded, and why they had to sneak into the Obsidian Tower in secret. These 2 pieces of information were extremely fascinating, but it was the third one that gave Sonny pause. No one knew what the Weaver did, until it was too late. That sounded ominous. That made it seem as though Weaver alone had turned out to be more terrible than both the 6 daemons and the 6 gods combined in the end. At least according to the record. Sonny wasn't sure what to believe. What exactly had the Weaver done? Sonny really wanted to know the answer to this question, and not only out of idle curiosity. He was carrying 2 parts of Weaver's lineage inside of him now, after all. It seemed to be fated. He was meant to be connected to this powerful being, this mysterious creature. But why? The lineage that was described as being forbidden. Was the reason for that connected to what the Weaver had done? Just as always, the answers Sonny had received brought him a swarm of new questions. Curses! Can anything in this damned dream realm be easy? Ever? With a sigh, he dismissed the runes and stood up. There was no sense in pondering about that now, not without finding more information, both about the daemons and the gods. After all that had transpired, he was incredibly tired and hungry, but mostly hungry. Sonny knew that if he didn't find food soon, he was going to be stuck here. He could last without food longer than a normal human, but he needed fuel if he was going to be able to even try to make it back to the Citadel or find a new way home. He had found so much, but it still wasn't quite enough. All the mysteries before him meant nothing if he couldn't stay alive. With a resentful sigh, Sonny gave the Saint a sign to follow and headed back toward the first level. Several days later, Sonny was sitting on a piece of broken furniture in the central hall of the first level of the obsidian tower. The covetous coffer stood near him, its lid open with its sharp teeth revealed. He was holding the cruel sight in his hand. The silver blade of the somber spear was incandescent with white radiance, infused with divine flame. Sonny was currently using said divine flame to roast a piece of repulsive, slightly rotten black meat. That was the last piece of Mimic's flesh he had stored inside the coffer before taking a plunge into the ocean of merciless stars. The saint was also nearby, staring into the distance with her usual cold indifference. He glanced at her, then sighed. "Sorry that I haven't fed you in a while." The saint did not react to his words in any sort of way. Sonny continued to talk, though, unbothered by the taciturn demon's apparent lack of interest. "Hey, that's not true. It's not my fault. Blame my incredible luck instead. What can I do? The memories I find are just too incredible. How can I let you eat them? I can't." He grinned, then threw a dubious look at the sizzling black meat, and sighed. "I guess it's done." Dismissing the cruel sight, Sonny brought the meat to his mouth and took a bite out of it. As he chewed, a miserable expression appeared on his face. "Ugh, that's the stuff. I tell you, Saint, this meat is absolutely delicious. I pity you, really, for being unable to taste this divine... Oh, damn it, how can anything be so vile? This divine dish? It's the best devil steak you could possibly eat in a lifetime. Just a single bite can really change your life." Sonny nearly gagged. For the worst, he thought. At least chewing the damn thing was much easier now. Before the acquisition of Boneweave, eating Mimic's meat felt like gnawing on an old leather boot. It felt pretty much the same now, but Sonny's teeth were different. They were able to slice and cut through the tough meat of the devil with ease. Plus, it wasn't raw. That was already a reason to celebrate. Feeling his eyes tearing up from disgust, Sonny glanced at the saint and forced the smile to remain on his face. "I see you are left speechless by my culinary skill. Fair. Fair." However, in the next moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the darkness of the obsidian tower. "You actually survived." Sonny choked on a piece of the vile meat. For a second, he thought that his loyal shadow had only been pretending to be mute all this time, instead simply choosing not to speak to him. But no, he recognized the voice. Sadly, it wasn't the saint. It was Mordet. The Prince of Nothing was back. Thank gods, he thought. Sonny had been burdened by being all alone on the dark island much more than he was willing to admit. Even though he didn't trust the mysterious voice, he felt relieved to hear it. Swallowing the meat, he took a sip from the endless spring, then looked around the hall and said, "I am, as you can see. Although, being honest to a fault, young man that I am, I have to admit that it wasn't easy. Or pleasant. In fact, I can hardly believe that I survived myself." He glanced at his body, which was still in a rather sorry state. His burns were healing, but much slower than they would have usually healed. Even though the divine flame had not touched him directly, just the heat radiated by it was enough to leave long-lasting traces that even Bloodweave wasn't able to remove fast, especially with his lack of food or sufficient rest. Mordet remained silent before speaking again, as he usually did. When his voice appeared, It was full of genuine surprise. You really found the rift in the ocean of flames? Sonny shrugged. How else would I be here? As it turned out, I was more or less falling toward it the whole time. But even then, I almost burned to death trying to reach it. My most powerful memories were heavily damaged, and I only survived thanks to a bit of luck. It was technically true, although it was not the whole truth. The mysterious prince hesitated, then asked, "Where are you now?" Sonny tilted his head. So he can't see everything. How much of my surroundings can he perceive, I wonder? The first thing that Mordet had ever said to him was to ask why it was so dark, so he probably could see something at least. Can't you see where I am? The voice answered, most likely honestly. I can see a big hall filled with ancient, broken things. That doesn't tell me a lot, though. Makes sense. Sonny nodded, feeling the pressure of the flaw building up in his soul, demanding for him to deliver an answer to Mordet's first question. He gestured at the interior of the obsidian tower. Well, beyond the false stars, the void continues for who knows how much further down, but some distance from the flames, there is a single island floating in the abyss. There is a magnificent black pagoda on that island, which looks like the exact copy of the ivory tower. That is where I am right now, inside that pagoda. Then, Sonny scratched the back of his head and added, By the way, how come I can still hear you? Haven't you told me that your voice would not reach beyond the stars? Mordred sighed. That was what I thought. Luckily, I seem to have been wrong. After a short pause, he said in a strange tone, The Ebony Tower. So, it does exist. Sonny blinked. I guess it's one way to call it. Or is that this place's official name? Wait, you knew about it? He asked. The mysterious prince remained silent for a bit, then answered, That is what I had been trying to find before I couldn't search anymore. There were some hints that a duplicate of the ivory tower exists somewhere in the sky below. I hoped to reach it. Sonny chose his next words cautiously. Oh, really? What else do you know about that place? Mordred thought for a few moments, then answered wistfully. It is said that a very powerful being came to this shattered land after it had been destroyed by the Lord of Light. Back then, the sky below was not as boundless, and there were many more fragments of divine flame still burning in its empty darkness. That being wanted to harvest those flames. Suddenly, a lot of small details about the Dark Island and the Obsidian Tower came into focus. Sonny already had suspicions about the true purpose of this place, but now they were confirmed. The ruined machines outside the pagoda, the blackened work table, the massive glass vessels covered with soot from the inside, the silver brazier. The prince of the underworld had not truly lived in the magnificent pagoda. It was not his home, just a station he had built in the ocean of flame, which had been much larger back then, to harvest some of the divine flame. Why he had need of it, Sonny did not know, but he suspected that the prideful demon had either succeeded in his purpose or failed, and that was why he eventually left and sealed the Obsidian Tower, which then stood abandoned for thousands of years. And at some point during that time, another child of the unknown had come here for a short while, although their purpose was very different. This revelation came and went. There was a question burning in Sonny's mind that had nothing to do with such a distant past. It was much more pressing. Sonny swallowed another piece of meat and asked casually, "Harvest divine flames. Very interesting. Was that why you wanted to come here too?" Or had Mordred been after something else? Was he still after something else? The Lost Prince laughed. "No, not really. I wasn't that interested in the Ebony Tower itself to begin with." Sonny frowned. "Why did you want to find it if you weren't interested in it?" Mordred sighed. After a long pause, he answered, his voice dark and full of suppressed emotion. "What I was interested in was not the copy, but the original. The Ivory Tower. The two are supposed to be connected somehow. If one finds that connection, they might just be able to reach past the crushing and step foot on the Heavenly Isle." Sonny remained silent for a while, thinking feverishly. So, there was a bridge between the two towers. A bridge between worlds. That was his chance to escape this dismal place and return to the real world. The only problem was, he had no clue what this connection Mordred had told him about was. But he had an idea. In the past several days, Sonny had explored the rest of the Ebony Tower. He had made a couple of fascinating discoveries, but most of the tower was full of nothing except dust and rubble. Pretty much everything inside the pagoda disintegrated due to the onslaught of time after he had opened the gates. The most promising and mysterious of his finds, though, was situated on the last level of the tower, in a circular hall that housed nothing except for a graceful stone arch, which stood lonesomely in its center and looked like a misplaced empty doorframe. The most intriguing part about the arch was that it was surrounded by a circle of runes, almost like the gateway in the Crimson Spire had been. In fact, that was what Sonny assumed it to be, an inactive gateway. For that reason, he'd spent these days trying to find a way to activate it. He had poured shadow essence into the arch itself, as well as every corner of the hall. He had studied the unfamiliar runes, hoping to either find a way to translate them or maybe discover a place where they had been damaged, thus rendering the arch useless. But nothing had worked. Yet. The information provided by Mordred instantly changed his perception of the arch, though. If what the Lost Prince had told him was true, then maybe it wasn't a gateway to the real world. Maybe it was an entrance to the magical bridge connecting the Ebony Tower to its ivory counterpart. Still, how was he supposed to make the damn thing work? With a deep scowl on his face, Sonny asked, "If this place is truly connected to the Ivory Tower, then how would one go about using that connection? Do you have any ideas? There's something that looks like a portal here, but it doesn't work. I tried to open it 100 times to no avail." Mordred thought for a bit, then said uncertainly, "Have you tried saturating it with essence?" Sonny grimaced. "Of course, what am I, a fool? That was the first thing I attempted." Mordred was silent for a few moments. Sonny started to worry that his frustration may have silenced the prince. Then Sonny spoke again, his voice softer, more open, hoping he wasn't speaking to the walls again. Maybe it requires some sort of a key to be opened." The voice remained silent for a long time. Sonny didn't feel like his presence had left the room. Not yet, at least. Then, to Sonny's relief, Mordred spoke. "No, I don't think so." Then, Sunny raised an eyebrow.
Really? Why?
The Lost Prince answered casually. Because only doors that can be kicked open require locks and keys. The master of this place wasn't someone who needed such things to keep uninvited guests away. Sunny's brows furrowed. He mulled over Mordred's words.
Makes some sense, I guess. He seems to know a lot about the Prince of the Underworld, though. I thought knowledge on daemons was really scarce.
Sunny sighed.
So, how do I activate the connection then?
Mordred considered the question for a second or two, then said with a hint of doubt in his voice, The creator of the Ebony Tower was a builder of things, a genius artifacts, but also of practical sort. From what little knowledge of him remains, he would have probably used whatever was at hand and went for the simplest solution. Builders don't like overcomplicated things, after all. Sunny considered his words.
The simplest solution.
A seed of an idea appeared in his mind. With a thoughtful expression, he took another bite out of the piece of meat and chewed it thoroughly. The Lost Prince politely remained silent while Sunny ate. After a while, however, he suddenly spoke. Oh, by the way, I don't want to worry you, Sunless, but there seems to be a powerful nightmare creature standing right behind you. Sunny almost choked again. If not for the fact that he was looking both forward and back at the same time with the help of his shadows, he would have jumped and summoned the cruel sight immediately. But he knew that there was no one behind him, except for the saint. He swallowed the foul meat, then smiled weakly.
Garces, you almost gave me a heart attack. That's not a nightmare creature. Can't you differentiate a real demon from an echo?
Mordred remained silent for a bit, then said with amusement, She's your echo? Fascinating. Sunny frowned.
What's so fascinating about it?
However, there was no answer. The mysterious prince was gone once again, disappearing as suddenly as he had appeared. Usually, Sunny was irritated by this annoying habit of his, but this time, he was glad. Sunny couldn't wait to go back to the 6th level, but didn't want Mordred to see what he had found on the level before. He still didn't trust the Lost Prince, even though Mordred had been nothing but helpful up until now, extremely so in fact. Sunny didn't know if he would have even been alive without his guidance.
Later, if I manage to return to the sanctuary in one piece, I'll start trusting him then. A little. Maybe.
Finishing up his meal, the last he was going to have in a while, Sunny stood up, stretched, and headed toward the stairs. After he had received the bone weave and rested, Sunny explored the rest of the 3rd level of the Ebony Tower. However, he had not found anything of note there. He also had not discovered any more traces left behind by the Weaver, which disappointed him a great deal. The 4th level, however, was much more interesting. The central hall of it was fashioned into a vast, somber shrine. At the center of it stood an altar cut from a single slab of black onyx, and behind it was an incredibly beautiful statue of a young woman dressed in a flowing tunic, her face obscured by a veil. The young woman was holding a star in one hand and a bolt of lightning in the other. Sunny was pretty sure that she was none other than the storm god, also known as the goddess of black skies, deity of the oceans, of the depths, darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. Which was really interesting. Why would the Prince of the Underworld build a shrine to his sworn enemy at the very heart of the Ebony Tower? Their relationship, it seemed, was not as simple as Sunny had thought. He had been much more interested in the altar itself, though. After finding the shrine, Sunny tried to place magical coins on the onyx surface and even spilled a bit of his blood on it. But this time, the gods had not answered. The coins, too, simply remained laying on the altar, instead of turning into shadow essence. It seemed that the altar was not mystical at all. In fact, as far as altars went, this one appeared to be quite mundane. Sunny had quickly lost interest and continued exploring the Great Pagoda. And he had not been disappointed by that decision, because there was something very, very important on the 5th level of the Ebony Tower. The 5th level of the Ebony Tower had almost killed Sunny. It was completely empty, its black walls drowning in darkness and unadorned. There was no dust, no ruined pieces of furniture, tools, or strange metal devices, not even lanterns. There were, however, countless runes carved into the walls themselves, and almost all of those runes were of the kind that radiated a sickening, dire sensation that made one feel as though their mind was breaking apart. The same mysterious runes that the spell used to describe the unknown, and that Sunny had seen written on the floor by the prisoner of the small cell that was hidden under the ruined cathedral in the Dark City. Back then, looking at them dealt a heavy blow to Sunny, but he persisted and was eventually able to read a single phrase that the prisoner had written, unlike everything else in a familiar script. "Hail the Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the unknown." On the second to last level of the Ebony Tower, however, there were much more of the terrible runes, and most of them seemed far more intense, far more powerful. When Sunny had set foot into the dark hall, he yelped and jumped back, then rolled down the spiraling stairs all the way back to the shrine of the storm god. Good thing his bones were now much more hardy. Eventually, however, he had to return to the Hall of Runes. Sunny knew that looking at the vile writings could destroy his sanity, maybe even outright kill him. So he had done so with his eyes closed, and while leaving the shadows behind, so that they too could not see the ancient walls. Even then, he felt a terrible pressure constantly assaulting his mind. He was not going to leave without learning at least something from this chamber of secrets. Where else would he ever be able to study writing left behind by an actual daemon? So, he tried to limit the scope of what he saw and glance at the obsidian walls, one little section at a time. The experience was nothing short of horrid, but at least tolerable. And only when Sunny summoned the Weaver's mask was he able to look at the portions of the hall without feeling like passing out or falling down in a fit of convulsions. The forbidden runes turned less dreadful, but did not give up their secrets. He didn't know their language after all. The spell, too, either refused or failed to translate them. His exploration, however, was not for naught, because while slowly moving around the dark hall, he discovered something extremely valuable. It was a map, or rather a strange semblance of one. Both the runes and the images constituting the map were cut into the stone, their lines smooth and deep. Sunny did not know what tool the prince of the underworld had wielded to leave these markings behind, but imagined him simply using his nail to cut into the indestructible stone that even divine fire couldn't destroy. At the center of the map, jagged mountains were depicted, shrouded by mist. Directly south of them, an island with a familiar silhouette of a graceful pagoda floated above the flames. Even further south, separated from the mountains by a vast emptiness, was a mighty castle. Far to the west, a snowy peak stood near a fuming volcano, and nestled between them was an arched bridge. To the southwest, a strange ship floated on ghostly waves. Southeast of the mountains, divided from them by a long stretch of nothingness, a perfectly symmetrical pyramid was cut into the obsidian wall. And lastly, to the north, further away than any other image, above all of them, was a familiar shape. A fearsome mask stared at Sonny, crowned with 3 horns. The Weaver's Mask. The map was strange, however, because the areas she depicted seemed disconnected somehow. There were no borders, no terrain, no measure of distance between them. The ideas of north, south, east, and west were only something Sonny had assigned to the map out of habit. Truly, it could have been the exact opposite, or impossible to apply to the logic of the map altogether. But at the same time, it did fit with the geography of the dream realm as he knew it. At least it somewhat seemed to. Each image had an inscription near it, written in a runic language that Sonny had trouble understanding. It was similar to the one used by the spell, but also different enough to make translation either impossible or difficult. But even without reading the inscriptions, he could easily guess what the images meant. The mountains depicted in the center of the map were, of course, the Hollow Mountains. Even if the image itself was only familiar, their closeness to the Ivory Tower cemented that conclusion. The Ivory Tower, of course, represented the Chained Isles. The castle to the south had to be Bastion. Although Sonny had never seen it with his own 2 eyes, he knew its silhouette and appearance from childhood. Just like any other human in the real world, its likeness was the stage for countless dramas, movies, and webtoons after all. Similarly, he recognized the great stone bridge nestled between a snowy peak and a raging volcano. It was the road to Ravenheart, the great citadel ruled by the clan Song. Knowing the position of Bastion and Ravenheart, it wasn't hard to surmise that the ship sailing on the ghostly waves represented the Storm Sea, where the citadel of the 3rd great clan, House of Night, was located. Sonny had no idea what the pyramid to the east represented. The 7th image, however, was rather clear. It meant Weaver. By knowing who it described, he was also able to translate the inscription near the depiction of the mask. It read, Fate. Or at least part of it meant that. There was another symbol near it, though, which meant something akin to a question mark, an inquiry. So, actually, it was probably fate? Basically, even the prince of the underworld also had no idea where his eldest sibling lived. This was what the images were, at least in Sonny's mind. From his studies and his explorations, he was fairly certain of it. They represented the 7 daemons, or rather, their domains, which was nothing short of tantalizing in and of itself, but also meant several things. First, it meant that the 3 great clans had inherited their citadels from 3 daemons, or at least built their strongholds in the regions of the dream realm where the daemons had once dwelt. Secondly, it meant that the underworld, most likely, was situated beneath the Hollow Mountains. This death zone was the very dark and cavernous domain to which the prince of the underworld had retreated after his conflict with the goddess of the black skies. And lastly, it meant that the ruler of the beautiful and prosperous land that had invoked the wrath of Sun God and doomed their kingdom to destruction and eventual transformation into the Chained Isles was a daemon as well. Coincidentally, the inscription cut into the stone near the image of the Ivory Tower was the only one after that of the Weaver that Sonny was able to translate for certain, since the runes closely resembled those usually used by the spell. It was desire. Or that was one way to read it. one version of a translation. The other meaning of the runes, however, was hope. Ivory Tower had once belonged to the Demon of Hope. That revelation had given Sonny a lot to think about. The Demon of Hope. Or desire. A demon whose power was most likely tied to souls and minds. What act could such a being have committed to cause Sun God to destroy their whole domain? And what had happened to that being after? Just as usual, there were no answers. Sonny was slowly learning more and more, though. For now, the pieces of information he had earned were scattered and disconnected. But if he continued to slowly accumulate knowledge, one day they were going to start clicking together. And then, what terrible and wondrous truths would he uncover? It would likely be enough to make up for a lifetime of lies, perhaps. Apart from inscriptions dedicated to the Weaver and the Ivory Tower, Sonny failed to translate anything else. He had, however, memorized every little detail of the unfamiliar runes describing the Hollow Mountains, Bastion, Ravenheart, a ship sailing on the Storm Sea, and the mysterious pyramid to the east.
I'll have to visit Teacher Julius when I'm back in the real world. He has to know something about this script, right?
Thinking about the map, Sonny entered the rune hall, kept his eyes closed, and walked to the entrance to the stairwell leading to the 6th level of the Ebony Tower. The last one. With this last floor, he'll have seen all 7 floors of the tower. When he entered the chamber of the stone arch, he sighed with relief. The pressure emanated by the terrifying runes was finally gone, leaving his mind at ease. The headache caused by them, however, was going to persist for a few more minutes. Sonny sat down, leaned his back against the wall, and stared at the arch while waiting to fully recover. The highest level of the Great Pagoda was not very large in comparison to the 6 others. It was just one big hall, circular in shape, and almost completely empty. The only thing inside of it was the arch itself, the supposed bridge between the towers, sitting dormant in the center of the room. It was tall and composed of the same material as the rest of the Ebony Tower. In fact, the arch didn't seem to have been built. Instead, it was almost as if it had simply grown out of the floor. Without any seams separating it from the black stone, it looked like a doorway that someone had put in the middle of the chamber, for some reason, and then forgot to attach a door to. This was Sonny's only hope of escape. He stared at it for a long time, thinking about how to make the portal work. He considered what options were left to try. In the past, he had tried so many things to activate the arch, as well as studying the circle of runes surrounding it, but nothing he had done accomplished anything. His recent conversation with Mordred, however, had given Sonny an idea. What was it that Mordred had said? That the Prince of the Underworld was somewhat of a divine smith, a builder of things, but also of the practical sort. That he would have used whatever was at hand, going for the simplest solution. That more or less confirmed what Sonny knew of the prideful Daemon already. After all, the saint and her kin had been created by the Prince of the Underworld. In retrospect, Sonny had completely failed to understand the magnitude of that accomplishment. To create a living being from nothing, a whole race of them, really. That did sound like something that only a god would be able to do, didn't it? Though, the saint didn't seem to be able to act on her own. But still, she was so capable, and despite her silence, Sonny was sure she had thoughts. Feelings, on the other hand, that he wasn't so sure about. The Prince of the Underworld, however, was not a god. He was a daemon, a lesser deity. Was the creation of the saint and her people his way of showing the true divinities that he was in no way inferior to them? Or was he guided by some different ambition? A chill ran down Sonny's spine.
I wonder how the gods reacted.
Teacher Julius had described daemons as terrible beings that inspired fear because of their unknown origins and strange powers. What happened after one of them had accomplished something that was supposed to be in the purview of only the gods? The saint's description, back when she was an echo, said that she and her kin were designed to bring peace, but were born into an endless war instead. Sonny pondered on this for a moment. Then he let that thought fade. It wasn't the point. Not right now. The point was that the saint was made out of stone. Sonny had always thought that it was an integral part of her design, a fundamental aspect of the vision her creator had for the living statues, to make them stronger perhaps, or harder to destroy. But after witnessing the porcelain dolls and speaking with Mordred, Sonny was not so sure anymore. The broken dolls showed that the material from which to make his creations did not matter to the Prince of the Underworld too much.
What was at hand? The simplest solution.
The wheels in Sonny's mind were turning. Was the saint made out of stone simply because there was a lot of stone in the Hollow Mountains for its prince to use in his experiments? There was nothing but stone there, really.
That, can't be right. Can it?
It seemed too simple, but that didn't mean it couldn't be right. Somehow, Sonny felt that it was indeed right. He glanced at the saint and blinked a couple of times.
That lazy bastard.
Sonny shivered, half expecting to be struck down for thinking about the mighty daemon in such unflattering terms. When nothing happened, he shook his head and returned to his thoughts. There was plenty of stone in the Hollow Mountains, but there was literally nothing around the Ebony Tower. But what about in its past? What had there been a lot of around it back at the time the Prince of the Underworld resided in the sky below? What would he have used to power his magical engines? This pagoda had been built to harvest divine flames, after all. Feeling the headache finally retreat, Sonny stood up and walked over to the arch. Then he summoned the cruel sight, activated the dark mirror enchantment, and poured his essence into it, watching the silver blade become infused with incandescent white light. He paused for a moment, biting his lip. For a moment, wondering what would happen if this went wrong. But he pushed those thoughts aside and lightly pressed the tip of the somber spear against the cold black stone. Immediately, it was as though the floodgates had been opened in his soul. The shadow essence flowed into the cruel sight, and through it, the divine flame flowed into the arch. Sonny staggered. In just a few seconds, all of his essence was spent. However, the portal did not open. Something in the hall did change, though. The circle of runes surrounding the obsidian arch began to glow with weak, shimmering light. That light was dim and barely visible, but it was, without a doubt, there. Sonny stared at the runes for a long time, and then a wide grin appeared on his face.
Bingo.
For the next few days, Sonny's life became rather monotonous. He would meditate while circulating the shadow essence through the coils of the soul serpent to enhance the speed of its recovery, pour it into the obsidian arch, and repeat the process. With each cycle, the runes surrounding the portal became brighter and brighter. The portal was slowly coming to life, filling Sonny with hope so intense that he struggled to contain it. He had no doubt that he would be able to activate the arch. And then he would go to the ivory tower, find a way to descend back to the chained aisles somehow, and return to the real world. And buy a new refrigerator.
And stock it with all kinds of food.
Sitting on the stone floor of the highest level of the ebony tower, Sonny looked at the covetous coffer, which stood nearby with a resentful expression. He knew full well that there was no meat left there, or any other kind of food. Who knew he would miss the vile flesh of the mordant mimic one day?
I guess one should never say never.
Sonny was close to fully replenishing the shadow essence, so his thoughts began to wander. Out of boredom, he dove into the soul sea, stared at the shadows for some time, paced around, then summoned some of his memories and read their descriptions for the 100th time. Then stared at the looming black suns of his shadow cores, then paced some more, then summoned a few other memories.
Boring. So boring.
After a while, something finally attracted his attention. The runes of the Weaver's Mask had changed a little. They weren't radically different, but they were, all the same, just enough to be interesting and to offer Sonny something to focus his attention on. Before, there was a space with question mark runes in place of the name of its third enchantment. After Sonny had activated that enchantment, almost frying his brain in the process, the name had finally appeared. His brow furrowed, and he rubbed his eyes. Then he blinked a few times, and then looked at the runes again.
Did I read it right?
But no, there was no mistake. The first two enchantments were just as before, Mantle of Lies and Simple Trick. The third one, however, had new runes describing it. Memory enchantment. Where is my eye? Where is my eye? Enchantment description. Helps the wielder peer into the tapestry of fate. Sonny looked at the runes with a deadpan expression for a few moments, and then laughed so hard that it threw him out of the soul sea.
Oh gods! Where is my eye? Priceless.
By the time he was done laughing at Weaver's strange naming sensibility, the cycle of restoring the shadow essence was complete. Sonny shook his head, smiled, then stood up and summoned the cruel sight. By now, the circle of runes was burning with a furious white radiance, turning the somber black hall into a stark tapestry of darkness and light. It seemed as if the air inside the arch was rippling slightly, hazy from heat. He walked toward the obsidian arch and, without wasting any time, touched it with the tip of the silver spear. Once again, his soul essence was devoured at terrible speed. This time, however, only half of it was consumed. As bright light suddenly hit Sonny in the eyes, he took an involuntary step back and raised a hand to shield them. A cool breeze caressed his face, and he could suddenly smell bark, grass, soil, life. When his eyes adjusted to the brightness, Sonny slowly lowered his hand and looked at the arch with a bewildered expression. It was as though a rift in reality appeared inside the ebony tower. All around the portal, the hall was just as it had been, dark, somber, cut from lusterless black stone. Inside the portal, however, was a clear blue sky. Sunlight had suddenly invaded the ebony tower after thousands of years spent in utter darkness, and brought with it the sounds of the wind and the rustling of leaves. Sonny could see the skies, but also the ground, a beautiful green meadow continued from where the obsidian floor ended, full of vibrancy and life. A shadow of a tall tree shaded the proximity of the portal, and there was a path of white stones leading from it toward... Some distance away, a pristine white wall rose higher than Sunny could see through the portal. Surrounded by the blue skies, clouds, and vibrant green grass, it seemed to be the epitome of beauty and tranquility. The whole site was like a paradise. He swallowed.
The ivory tower. Mordred was right.
What's more, judging by how softly the grass swayed under the wind and how lazily the branches of the tree moved, the heavenly island was really not affected by the crushing. In that regard, at least, it was safe.
Yes!
Suddenly tense, Sunny quickly glanced at the circle of runes. Just as he had expected, it was already growing dimmer. The portal was burning through the meager amount of divine flame Sunny had been able to charge it with these past days, and was going to close soon.
Shit.
Well, it was not as though he had not been prepared to go through the arch as soon as it opened. He had done everything he wanted to in the Ebony Tower, given the circumstances. There was not much more to be done here to begin with. Time had destroyed every possible trophy he could have found, and the most valuable treasures, the bone weave and the knowledge of the map left behind by the Prince of the Underworld, were already in his possession. Now, he just had to escape alive. Dismissing all of his memories, Sunny wrapped both shadows around his body and dashed toward the light.
Please, please don't be an illusion.
He appeared near the portal, dove inside, and stumbled, falling to his knees. His fingers touched the soft grass, and with his tactile sense enhanced by the bone weave, Sunny felt every tiny detail of its texture, of the rich soil beneath, of the heat of the sun on his skin. It was all real. It was wonderful. As the portal shimmered and closed behind him, Sunny closed his eyes tightly and let out a short, quiet cry. He had too many emotions boiling in his heart to put them into words. He made it. He escaped from the void. He left nothing behind. While Sunny was feeling the joy of escaping from the sky below, something else happened. Somewhere far away, or maybe close by, there was a room built of cold stone, full of deafening silence. It was dark and empty, arranged in the shape of a heptagon, with 7 corners drowning in deep shadows. There were 7 mirrors standing at each of the 7 walls of the room, pointed at its center. There was nothing there. However, in each of the 7 mirrors, a figure of a young man reflected, sitting on the stone floor with his hands chained behind his back. The young man was still and motionless, almost as if he was just a statue and not a living being. But then, something changed. A few moments after Sunny crossed the portal and appeared on the aisle of the Ivory Tower, one corner of the young man's lips curled upwards slightly, forming a hint of a smile. Mordred was glad to see Sunny escape too.
Saint, come look at this.
Sunny sat on the soft grass, enjoying the sunlight and the cool wind. He had not even known how much he missed this. He missed the feel of the grass, the sound of the birds and rustling trees. He missed everything, really. Looking back, it was hard to imagine that he had endured more than a month of utter nothingness without losing his mind. His experiences in the Dark City, it seemed, made him far more resilient. The shadow of the ivory tower was slowly moving closer as the evening approached, marking the passage of time. It was peaceful and quiet on the green meadow of the heavenly island. Answering his call, the taciturn saint appeared nearby and stood silently, observing the magnificent white tower. Her ruby eyes, however, did not show any emotion. Sonny sighed.
Well, I think it's lovely.
The soaring island was not very large, so Sonny could more or less see its edge not too far away, surrounded by floating slates of shattered marble. There was a meadow on this side of it, a grove that rustles under the wind, and a graceful gazebo built of the same white material as the ivory tower itself. The stone arch inside of it was also white and empty. The portal was gone. Some distance away, connected to the gazebo by a stone path, stood the magnificent great pagoda that had once belonged to the Demon of Hope. If its copy in the sky below was somber and ominous, the original was the complete opposite. It was beautiful, graceful, and slightly surreal, as if it was too sublime to exist in the mortal realm. In a sense, it did not. But something about the ivory tower made Sonny uneasy, however. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but it was as though he simultaneously felt pulled toward it and threatened by it. The sensation did not come from his intuition, but more so from the deepest corners of his soul. It was rather strong, and there was also something strange in the shape of the tower itself. There was something curious that went around the base of it, circling the whole perimeter of the great pagoda and disappearing from view. Whatever it was almost of the same color, but it was slightly less pristine and made out of long and weathered sections. After looking at it for a while, Sonny finally realized what the thing was. Bone. It was made of bone. Wrapped around the tower was what remained of the tail of some giant dead creature. He frowned.
Good thing it's dead. I hope it remains that way.
Sonny sighed, used the cruel sight to help himself stand up, and headed toward the edge of the island. The saint followed, putting the blade of the midnight shard on her shoulder. Reaching it, he cautiously looked down and saw the disjointed patchwork of the chained aisles far below. From this high, they looked like pieces of a beautiful mosaic that someone had laid out on the backdrop of velvety darkness, with a scattering of radiant stars shining in between. Sonny gazed down for a while, then picked up a rock from the ground and threw it over the edge. The rock fell for 100 meters or so without meeting any resistance. Then, however, it suddenly cracked and exploded into shards, which then became dust and were scattered in the wind.
Curses.
It seemed that the crushing was still there. It's just that the ivory tower itself was not affected by it, as well as the island it stood upon and a small area surrounding it. How was he going to come down? Sonny stood at the edge for some time with a resentful expression on his face, then turned around and walked deeper into the island, circling the ivory tower from the left. On the other side of the great pagoda was a clear lake, with streams of water flowing out of it and falling over the edge of the island. In the bright sunlight, it seemed as though the entire surface of the lake was shining with pure golden radiance. Sonny looked at his reflection in the water, then at an intricately engraved bench standing near it, cut from white stone. Finally, he walked further on and reached a vantage point from which the gate of the graceful tower could be seen.
Oh.
The gates looked very similar to those he had opened in the depths of the sky below, with the main difference being the color and the absence of soot. There were also the skeletal remains of a giant beast laying in front of them, its serpentine body wrapped around the tower. Its massive skull rested right near the tall white doors. Each of the terrifying fangs of the great beast was as long as Sonny was tall, at least. Its front fangs dwarfed Sonny. Deep darkness nestled in the skull's empty eyes. Sonny shivered as he took in the sight of it. His mind was racing. What kind of creature could this be?
Is that a dragon?
Indeed, it was. Right in front of Sonny were the weathered, snow-white bones of an actual dragon. The image of the mighty creature laying dead in front of the pristine tower was solemn, mysterious, and terrifying. What could have killed such a being? It couldn't have just died of natural causes, curled up around the tower. Could it? Thinking that he didn't wish to know, Sonny lingered for a while, then headed toward the remains of the dragon. He was desperately hoping that the great beast would not stir and come to life. If that happened, well, it was better to not even think about it. Reaching the white skull of the mighty creature, Sonny hesitated for a bit, then walked between the terrifying fangs and approached the gates. They were slightly ajar, so he didn't even need to use essence to unlock them. Sonny gathered his courage, raised his hand, and pushed the gates open. Suddenly, he felt a bit sleepy.
What is this?
Shaking his head to chase the sleepiness away, Sonny walked inside the tower and found himself in a great hall, bright light streaming through its tall windows. The air inside, however, was infused with a strange, shimmering darkness, and in its center, there were chains. 7 chains sprawled from the pristine white floor, as if growing out of it, each ending in a broken shackle. The shackles were inscribed with a myriad of runes and marred, their metal torn. They were also the source of the strange shimmering, which rose from their surface in ethereal wisps. A chaotic, ever-changing mass of pure darkness pulsated in the very center of the great hall. No, it was not darkness. Rather, it seemed like a rift in the fabric of reality. One that could devour even light itself. Sonny tensed, then took a tentative step forward, hoping to see what was hidden behind the darkness. As soon as he did so, however, a familiar voice echoed in the silence of the great hall. "Stop, Sunless. Turn back if you wish to live." Sonny froze, then took a careful step back and stared at the walls of the great hall. Mordet's timing this time around was impeccable. It was not like Sonny had planned to get too close to the massive darkness, but he might have underestimated the danger it presented. To be honest, he felt that he wasn't thinking entirely straight. It was not like he had lost control, but the strange pull he felt outside the tower was much stronger here, exerting a subtle effect on his mind. Sonny tensed and glanced at the pulsating dark rift, then realized that the pull emanated from the shackles that were the source of it.
Why? What is that thing?
The lost prince remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "I can't really make sense of you." Sonny blinked. That was not the answer he had expected.
What? What is that supposed to mean?
Mordred answered with a bit of doubt in his voice. "Nothing really. It's just that some things about you suggest a certain background, but then there are as many contradictions. Don't you know what a seed of nightmare looks like?
Oh.
Sonny jumped back, then cautiously looked at the mass of shimmering darkness again. So, that was a seed of nightmare. A vile manifestation of the spell that grew in the dream realm and eventually blossomed, opening a gate to the real world for the nightmare creatures to enter. The things that awakened were supposed to seek out and destroy by challenging the nightmare contained within. No wonder it exerted a pull on him. He scowled, then said with annoyance,
How am I supposed to know what a seed of nightmare looks like? I only became an awakened a few months ago.
Mordred spoke in his usual polite tone. Have your clan elders not taught you anything? Sonny opened his eyes wide, a shocked expression appearing on his face.
Clan? What clan? Do I look like a legacy to you?
The lost prince did not answer, letting Sonny boil with outrage in silence. Eventually, he slowly exhaled and asked dejectedly,
Anyway, are you sure that that's what this is?
Mordred lingered for a long time, then said quietly, I am. I searched for it for a long time, after all. Hearing these words, Sonny frowned.
What? Wait, is that why you were trying to reach the ivory tower? To challenge a nightmare?
He rubbed his face in frustration, trying to find a way to make sense of that statement, then shook his head.
Why the hell would you do that? There's no shortage of seeds of nightmare everywhere in the dream realm, ones that are not hidden behind endless voids and oceans of divine flame.
These things were not so numerous that one stumbled on one every day, but also not so rare to go to these lengths to reach one. What had Mordred been thinking? The lost prince answered after a short pause, his voice slightly amused. You are not a legacy indeed. Sonny let out a heavy sigh.
Either you are extra obscure today, or I can't understand you for some reason. What do legacies have to do with any of this?
Mordred thought for a bit, then said, This seed of nightmare is a very, very special one.
What is he going on about?
In Sonny's mind, the only thing that differentiated seeds was their category. A Category 2 seed would blossom into a Category 2 gate and contained a second nightmare. If an awakened challenged it and passed the trial, they would become a master. If a master challenged a Category 3 seed and survived the third nightmare, they would become a saint. The same thing went for sovereigns, although there only had been 3 fourth nightmares conquered in all of human history, as far as Sonny knew, and he knew more than most people. How could a seed be special? As if guessing what he was thinking about, Mordred spoke. There are a lot of masters, but not all masters are equal. There are a few dozen saints, but not all saints are equal. And similarly, there are numerous nightmares, but not all nightmares are equal.
Sonny scowled. How so? Is it easier? More difficult?
The lost prince sighed. Neither. As far as the difficulty of the trial is concerned, the spell is always fair, in its own perverse way. However, that doesn't mean that the outcome is always the same. What enemies you vanquish determine what memories and echoes you receive. What battles you fight determines what experience you will bring back. Sonny thought back on his own arsenal of memories, and had to admit that the more unique nightmare creatures he had fought, the greater the reward was. In that sense, challenging a unique nightmare would certainly pose more risk,
but also promise a greater boon. Add the existence of the lineage memories into the equation. A deep frown appeared on his face. Mordred, however, was not done talking. But more than that, the nature of the nightmare you challenge determines what knowledge you will receive and what secret you will be able to glean. As a researcher, you should know that the lessons humans can learn from the decrepit ruins in the dream realm are not that profound. Where do you think most of our knowledge comes from? It comes from the stories people bring back from their nightmares, of course. That made sense. There were actual natives of the dream realm out and about in the nightmares, after all. Like Aro of the Nine. Even if he was really just an illusion created by the spell was no simple thing. Most of the knowledge Sunny possessed was built on the foundation of what he had learned from the noble swordsman and scholar. How much more would he know if he had gone into the nightmare with the intention to not only survive, but also learn? Sunny glanced at the dark seed. It had grown in the tower that had once belonged to one of the 7 daemons. What mysteries would such a nightmare reveal? Mordred gave him time to think, then said in an even tone, "For that reason, legacy clans, not all of them, but the truly powerful ones, select the nightmares for their members to challenge very carefully." Sunny lingered for a bit, then raised an eyebrow. "What clan chose that cursed seed for you to try and find, then?"
Oh, no. No one had wished for me to seek it. It was my decision alone. In fact, I suspect that only 2 people in both the waking world and this one know about its existence. Me, and now you.
He chuckled again, and then added,
"But that is what makes it so special as well. None of them could have learned of its existence, reached it, and taken its rewards as their own."
After that, Mordred suddenly grew silent. He remained that way for a while, and then added quietly,
"Well, it's not like I managed to do it too."
He sighed, lingered for a few moments, and then added in a wistful tone,
"Can you imagine what secrets that seed hides? What one would learn from that nightmare? A nightmare that was created from the chains with which Hope herself had been bound."
Hope herself. Sunny stared at the 7 chains, finding new meaning in their cruel visage and the misshapen, torn remnants of the 7 rune-inscribed shackles. So, the sun god's ire had not been quelled by just destroying her kingdom. He had gone a step further, binding the demon of hope at the heart of her decimated domain. For how long? And how had she escaped in the end? He tilted his head. So, the demon of hope was chained here. Mordred answered with a hint of surprise in his voice.
"You know of the daemons?"
A crooked smile appeared on Sunny's face. "I do. A bit. Why wouldn't I? Although, truth be told, there's not a lot of information about them, even among the Dream Realm researchers. So, the ruler that you had told me about was one of the daemons, a lesser deity." Mordred kept silent for a bit, then said dejectedly,
"Yes, I am not sure that those 2 words really go together, though. I also don't know what Hope had done to earn the wrath of the Lord of Light. However, I do know that these 7 chains are what is holding the chained isles from falling into the sky below."
Sunny raised his eyebrows. "What?" The Lost Prince sighed.
"People think that there are numerous heavenly chains connecting all the islands, but in fact, There are only 7, and you are looking at their roots. Or rather, there were only 7. Each of them had to be broken for the ivory tower to become untethered, of course. So, now the islands are linked by the fragments of the original 7 chains, many of them severed from each other. That is why they are slowly crumbling one after another. Sonny thought for a bit, trying to connect the way he used to think about the chained isles. The new information was interesting, but not very useful. Shaking his head, he turned back to the Seed of Nightmare. So, what is the category of that thing? I guess it contains a second nightmare, since you wanted to challenge it. Mordred answered succinctly. Correct. That's one way I can get out of the dream realm then. But, am I suicidal enough to go into the second nightmare alone? Whole cohorts of experienced awakened routinely perish in their attempts to become masters. What would my chances of survival be with no one to cover my back? Just as Master Jet had said, no one survived in the dream realm alone. She probably knew from experience. He scowled. Wait, will this seed create a gate in the real world if it's not destroyed? When Mordred answered, his voice was almost indifferent. Indeed, but not for a long time. Maybe in a few years or a decade. It is not matured enough to be able to bloom. Yet. Sonny hesitated. But it can be challenged, right? The Lost Prince did not answer for a while, but then finally said, Yes, a seed can be challenged before it blooms, as well as after. If the seed is not found in time and a gate opens, challengers can fight their way through and enter the nightmare directly. The gate also disrupts the anchors of those near it, so masters and saints that enter the dream realm will appear in the vicinity of the blooming seed. After that, they can lead awakened to it. He paused, then added, In fact, most of the seeds are not found in time because the dream realm is vast and only partially explored. That's why the nightmare creatures are entering our world so often. Challenging a seed before it blooms is much better. In this case, however, I would advise against it. Sonny turned away from the mass of shimmering darkness, then asked in an even tone, Yeah? Why? Mordred let out a heavy sigh. Conquering the second nightmare alone is not impossible, but attempting it is tantamount to gambling your life away. The chances of returning alive are very slim. That is why Awakened challenge them as members of cohesive, experienced cohorts. Even then, many don't survive. Most, even. But this nightmare is actually far worse. Entering it is a guaranteed death sentence, regardless of how many challengers there are. Unless... Sonny kept his ears open, suddenly very attentive. Unless what? The Lost Prince remained silent for a short moment, then said, There is a black altar in the place you call Night Temple. On it lies an ivory knife. Only those who have shed blood on the altar and received the memory of the knife have a chance to survive the trial that hides within this seed. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Wait, that sounds very familiar. He thought for a few seconds, then asked, Would the obsidian knife from the white altar of the city of Noctis work? Mordred laughed. Sure. Having both would be even better. Incredibly so. However, I don't know the method to receive the memory of the obsidian knife. The ritual seems to be different from the one required for the altar in the Night Temple, and I have never figured it out.
You didn't, but I might have.
The image of the covetous coffer appeared in Sonny's mind, full of golden coins. There were almost 1,500 of them inside. Would that be enough to allow him to lift the obsidian knife off the altar? He had a feeling that it would.
What do these knives actually do, though? And how the hell do you know all this?
However, there was no response. Mordred was once again gone. Sonny was left alone in the beautiful hall of the Ivory Pagoda, staring at its white walls and the darkness that had taken root between them. The seed of nightmare was calling to him, demanding to be challenged, or destroyed, or maybe simply to be fed a delicious human soul.
Crazy. This is crazy.
Challenging a second nightmare alone was very similar to throwing his life away, and that was even without the particular piece of information that Mordred had given him, that no one would be able to survive this very special nightmare without a memory of one of the two altar knives, or better yet, in possession of both. The question was, what was worse, challenging the nightmare or attempting to survive the crushing? Sonny remained in the Hall of Chains for a while, looking at the seed of nightmare and the shimmering darkness that suffused it. Then, he walked outside. Full of thought, Sonny passed between the jaws of the dead dragon and slowly headed toward the lake. There, he sat on the stone bench and stared at the water with a dark expression on his face. The wind lightly caressed his face and his pale skin, soothing the few remaining burns that he had received in the sky below. The saint stood silently by his side, her graceful onyx figure reflecting in the clear waters of the lake. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips.
I am almost home.
More than a month ago, he had ventured on an expedition to explore the shipwreck island and search for clues about the whereabouts of the treasure left behind by mysterious Noctis. He had only planned to be gone for a week. He had found the treasure, but also fought and defeated two devils, one fallen and one ascended, receiving two powerful memories in the process. After that, he gazed at the tapestry of fate through the eyes of a divine mask and plunged into an endless abyss. He spent several weeks plummeting through a sea of nothingness, only to be met by an ocean of flames in its depths. On the other side of the fire was a black tower built by an ancient demon, and in it was a severed hand of a deity, consumed by a terrible rot. There, Sonny swallowed a phalanx bone of Weaver and received the second part of their lineage. After that, he used divine flames to open a portal between the dark void and the sunlit heavens, and found the 7 chains that a god had once used to bind desire, the daemon of hope. And somewhere along the way, he met a lost soul who called himself Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, a disembodied voice that came out of nowhere and helped him along the way. Now, Sonny just had to do one last thing, either plunge into a deadly nightmare, or off the edge of the Ivory Island to be met with the obliterating fury of the crushing. With a heavy sigh, he turned around and stared at the white bones of the great beast that had wrapped its mighty body around the base of Hope's beautiful tower once, thousands of years ago, before succumbing to death.
Let's get this show on the road, I guess.
Sometime later, Sonny was leaning on the wall of the ivory tower, his head in a tight spot between the tail of the dead dragon and the white surface of the great pagoda, with the saint standing near him, her weapons dismissed. With a crooked smile, Sonny wrapped 2 shadows around his body and circulated shadow essence through the coils of the soul serpent, preparing for what was about to come. Then, he looked at the taciturn stone demon
and raised his eyebrows. "What are you waiting for? Push!" The saint gave him an indifferent look, then took a step forward, placed her hand on the surface of the massive bone in front of her, and pushed with all her demonic strength. Her feet sank into the soil by a few centimeters, but the ancient bone did not move. Until Sonny joined his shadow, that was. Pressing his shoulder against the adamantine white surface, he poured shadow essence into his muscles and pushed too. Although it felt as though the strain was going to kill him, the bone finally gave. One of the massive vertebrae comprising the dead dragon's tail rolled over, separating from the rest. "Come on, keep at it!" Of course, Sonny was not going to challenge a second nightmare alone. Instead, he was going to throw a piece of the dead dragon's tail off the edge of the Ivory Island and ride it all the way down to the ground, hoping that it would survive the onslaught of the crushing. If a dragon couldn't, then what could? "Put your back into it!" The saint didn't really need his encouragement or advice, so Sonny was mostly shouting for his own benefit, since producing loud noises seemed to help him cope with the strain of trying to push the ancient bone for some reason. Luckily, now that it had been dislodged, the process became easier. Together, they slowly moved the massive vertebrae past the gazebo containing the interactive portal, then past the grove of ancient trees, and finally to the very edge of the island. There, Sonny stopped for a moment and tried to catch his breath. Then, he cautiously looked down. That was a mistake. Before, the colorful mosaic of the flying islands far below was simply a breathtaking sight. Now that he had to actually jump down, it made Sonny dizzy and frightened out of his wits. But it was too late to change his mind. Wasn't it? Gritting his teeth, Sonny tried not to think about the inconceivable height and climbed inside the vertebrae. Which, of course, was hollow at the center. There was just enough space there to fit his body, and that was the reason why he had chosen this particular one in the first place. He lingered for a long time, trying to gather his courage. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe I should just enter the seed. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a second nightmare. But no, there was no way back. He simply had to do it. Inhaling deeply, Sonny held his breath for a moment, and then screamed in a small voice, "Saint, push it over!" Outside the massive vertebra, the taciturn demon stared at the surface of the ancient bone for a moment, and then gave it a devastating kick. As the tailbone of the dragon plunged off the edge of the Ivory Island, giving Sonny a serious rattle, he yelped, dismissed the saint, and dissolved into the shadow that dwelt in the hollow space inside the vertebra. Of course, he wasn't going to try and survive the crushing in his physical form. He just needed a large enough shadow to hide in. As long as the dragon bone endured, the shadow would too, and he would be safe, if it endured. For a couple of seconds, everything seemed fine, but then the vertebra left the bubble of safety surrounding the heavenly island, and suddenly an inconceivable pressure struck it from all sides like a hammer of a wrathful god, making the porcelain bone produce terrifying cracking noises. Once again, Sonny was plummeting with terrible speed through the sky. Only this time, the vehicle he had chosen to transport him was even stranger, as well as spinning like crazy, with the wind roaring deafeningly all around. Luckily, he couldn't get sick as a shadow. Otherwise, his already empty stomach would have become emptier. "Curses! Don't break, you damn bone!" The vertebra of the dead dragon was cracking and slowly breaking apart, but miraculously still holding together. At this height, the crushing was deadly enough to pulverize the flesh of a saint, a bona fide demigod, into a bloody paste, maybe even a big red cloud. But the adamantine dragon bone was only now beginning to slowly crumble apart. Once the process had started, though, it became unstoppable. Sonny panicked as he watched wide cracks appear on the white surface all around him. Then, a piece of the bone flew away, letting in a chaotic flood of light. Cursing, he shifted away from the breach, but seconds later, another appeared, and then another. The size of the shadow he could hide in was growing smaller and smaller.
Shit!
Soon, there were more holes and cracks in the bone than he could count, and then it crumbled completely. At the last second, Sonny slid onto the biggest remaining slab of the ancient vertebra, and then went into a crazy dance, shifting from one side of it to another as the fragments spun and exposed different parts of it to the sunlight. Small pieces broke off from it, and then the fragment itself cracked too. Ah! Finally, the piece of adamantine vertebrae disintegrated into a rain of splinters that were too small to fit Sonny in their shadows. With nowhere else to hide, he was thrown out into the physical world, his body instantly becoming the victim of the bone-breaking force of the crushing. Luckily, his bones were now much more robust than before, and the crushing was already not as irrevocably obliterating as it had been higher up. A loud scream escaped from Sonny's mouth. He continued to fall, feeling his body go through a cruel meat grinder. But with the help of two shadows and a generous outpour of shadow essence, it wasn't enough to kill him, or even seriously wound him. It was simply painful, damaging, and unpleasant. The tailbone of the dead dragon had carried him down for long enough to go through the worst layers of the crushing. Now, all he had to do was stick the landing. With a suppressed groan, Sonny struggled to control his fall and finally managed to stabilize his body, preventing it from spinning madly. The chained aisles were now much, much closer than they had been before. In fact, he could even recognize a few nearest ones.
Don't you dare miss, you pale bastard!
He really didn't want to repeat the whole damned process again. Summoning the Dark Wing, Sonny waited for a second for the dragonfly cloak to activate its enchantment, and then slowly started to turn his fall into a glide. A single thought rang in his mind.
I made it. I actually made it. Crap, I really did.
Sometime later, a figure of a young man fell from the skies and nimbly landed on the index finger of the giant iron hand that lay in the center of a peaceful, quiet island. The young man looked a bit strange. He was naked above the waist, with several half-healed burns covering his pale skin, and a menacing, intricate tattoo of a coiled black serpent covering his arms, as well as a large part of his torso. His black hair was wild and disheveled, and his dark eyes seemed a little crazy. Sonny swayed a little, caught his balance, and turned to a group of awakened who were sitting around a dancing campfire, staring at him with their mouths wide open. A bright smile appeared on his face.
Good day to you, fellow humans. Say,
as a mad intensity appeared in his eyes, Sonny licked his lips and asked hoarsely,
is that food I see roasting over your fire?
The heavy lid of the metal sarcophagus opened, letting out a bluish light and wisps of cold mist. Soon, a pale hand emerged from inside. Jumping out of the sleeping pod, Sonny landed on the floor, felt the ceramic texture of the armored plates beneath his bare feet,
and let out a low, satisfied sigh.
I'm back. Finally.
It was so nice to return to the real world. After meeting the cohort of the Sanctuary Awakened on the Iron Hand Island, he traveled back to the Citadel with them. Some were curious about where he had been for more than a month, but most weren't even aware that Sonny had gone missing. He used the full scope of his formidable ability to bend the truth in every which way he could, and left them with the impression that his recent expedition had been long, but not very exciting. That did not stop them from continuing to give him strange looks the whole way back, though, for some reason. But Sonny wasn't too bothered by that. After entering the sanctuary, he went straight for the altar. Since it was the middle of the day and the moon was hidden behind the horizon, he couldn't use the coins immediately, so instead, he simply touched the altar and left the dream realm.
Home. I'm finally home.
Even though Sonny had not spent a lot of time in his new house, the feeling of safety both its walls and the real world gave him was extremely comforting. Miraculously, even though he had been gone for weeks, his body felt completely fine. It was as though he had only slept for a night.
Thank the gods. But I suppose that's the magic of technology.
Glancing at the extravagantly expensive sleeping pod, Sonny decided that he had spent his money well and headed for the exit out of the basement while whistling a cheerful tune. Then, however, he froze.
What the hell?
Something was not right. First of all, he had never used the lighting in the underground dojo, but now it was turned on, drowning everything with bright light. Secondly, the armored doors of the lift leading up were violently torn open. It was as though a massive nightmare creature had broken through the defense systems of the house and ripped them apart, bending the adamantine alloy like it was wax.
Shit.
Sonny jumped back and summoned the cruel sight. What could have come here? Did a gate open nearby? Full of tension and grim determination, he used the stairwell to climb to the ground floor and cautiously entered his living room. The first thing he saw there were dirty dishes. Lots and lots of dirty dishes. The second thing he saw were two hazel eyes staring at him with scathing accusation.
Am I hallucinating? Have I gone really crazy?
Somehow, Effie was in his living room, sitting in her wheelchair, with a bowl of steaming cup noodles in one hand and chopsticks in the other. There was a very disgruntled expression on her face.
What the hell is she doing here? What's going on?
Staring at Sonny, Effie swallowed a mouthful of noodles and then said in a dark tone,
You're back? Way to make your friends worry, asshole.
As it turned out, back when Sonny had been falling into the sky below and thinking about how no one would miss him, he was very, very wrong. In fact, the opposite had happened. About 2 weeks after he stopped answering their messages, both Effie and Kai got worried. Effie went to the academy to check on him, and that was when they learned that Sonny moved out of the dormitory.
Bastard! You could have told us you bought yourself a house, you know. You owe me a housewarming party.
Sonny blinked.
What? Party?
He thought.
Is there really such a thing, or is she pulling my leg?
Not knowing where to find him, Kai used his connections to get Sonny's new address. Since he was limited in where he could go without drawing the attention of the press, Effie went to investigate the address he found instead, and when she found the basement locked, well, Sonny's eyes were wide.
My armored doors! It was you! You broke them!
She rolled her eyes.
What are you crying about? Those armored doors of yours were pathetically easy to break, anyway. Buy yourself better ones. Anyway, I thought that I was going to find your corpse in the sleeping pod. Do you have any idea how that made me feel?
A heavy expression appeared on her face.
That would have been a real tragedy.
Sonny sighed, but kept his thoughts to himself.
Well, at least she cares.
Effie's expression shifted, trying to shake off the discomfort from sharing too many emotions publicly.
I mean, just think about it. All those amazing memories you hoard, gone, just like that. If you're going to die, at least give them to me before you do.
Sonny glared at Effie. It was his turn to roll his eyes.
Spoke too soon.
Effie tried to hide behind a wall of humor, but Sonny could tell her initial emotions were honest and true. She cared about him, in her way. If she didn't, would she really go through all of that just to find a way to cash in on Sonny's memory stash? Did she even need it? Sonny chewed his lip, not sure how to respond. He felt naked and vulnerable. Instead of saying anything, he let her continue with her story. After making sure that his life signs were stable inside the sleeping pod, Effie stayed to keep watch on him, while both she and Kai tried to find out where Sonny was. Apparently, they went as far as contacting the representatives of the Whitefeather clan. Sonny's eyes widened in horror.
You didn't!
He grabbed his head, realizing that he had a lot of explaining to do once he was back in the sanctuary. A cohort of random awakened was one thing, but if Saint Tyrus herself was aware of his disappearance, things were going to get much harder for him. Effie snorted.
Of course we did. We also contacted Cassia and her firekeepers, since they have a cohort in that remote hellhole you're anchored to. But even she didn't know where the hell you have disappeared to. Shit.
They even brought Cassia into it. Sonny groaned.
But why? Why would you do all of this?
Effie gave him a stony, long look, then shook her head dejectedly.
Doofus, can you stop being such a doofus?
He stared at her in bewilderment.
What is that supposed to mean?
She shook her head again and activated her communicator. Immediately, pings from missed messages came in.
Ponder on it for a minute. I'm sure it will eventually sink in. And while you're at it, be quiet for a few minutes. I need to call Guy and tell him that you have turned up. Poor Guy. Must have flown halfway to the Chained Isles by now.
Sonny's eyes grew wide.
Flown? What?
Sonny's chest felt tight. Kai had risked. Oh no. He couldn't have. Could he? Effie gave him a pitying look. Then she said,
What part of quiet do you not understand?
After Effie gave Kai a call and let him know that Sonny was alive and back in the real world, they spent a minute in awkward silence. Sonny looked around, taking in the sight of his once pristine and orderly living room. Now, there were dirty dishes everywhere, as well as empty packets of takeout food. At least, he thought that that was what they were, since he had never actually bought one before. Effie was such a slob. There were even several pieces of clothing thrown into a corner. Speaking of clothing...
Shit!
Effie jerked her head at his arm.
By the way, Sonny, when did you get this badass tattoo? A big, long snake, no less.
Makes a girl wonder. She wiggled her eyebrows, and Sonny stifled a groan. He sighed heavily, cursing the fact that he had not adjusted the puppeteer's shroud after summoning it back in the basement. There were no burns on his skin now, after all.
It's not really a tattoo. It's a magical serpent that helps me control and regenerate essence faster. Don't ask why it manifests as a tattoo, because I have no idea, really.
He hesitated for a bit, then asked,
So, you've been just living here for these past few weeks?
Effie shrugged.
Sure. Someone had to monitor your vital signs. Never know when one of these pods might just short out or something. Plus, my family, well, they deserved a break after taking care of my comatose body for 4 years and everything before that. So, I bought a very nice place for us and then sort of moved out.
Then, an animated expression appeared on her face.
Don't worry though, the stuff you keep in your bedroom remained a secret. I can't even go upstairs, remember?
She winked. Sonny stared at her in outrage.
What stuff? There's no stuff. I don't even use the bedroom. I can't really sleep, can I?
Effie laughed.
Right. I suppose that makes sense. That you are not a doing it on the bed kind of guy. Oh yeah, what happened to your fridge?
He glared, then looked away in embarrassment.
I sort of broke it. By accident.
Then a sudden smile appeared on his face.
Want to help me buy a new one?
Since Kai wanted to meet, Sonny and Effie decided to visit an elite shopping center in the center of the city and then wait for him in a posh restaurant nearby. The former huntress also told Sonny that she would hold off on asking questions about his unexpected adventure until all three of them were together, so that he didn't have to repeat everything twice, which suited him fine, since he needed time to decide what he wanted to tell his friends and what would be better kept to himself. There was so much he needed to think about and do. The journey into the sky below had not only disrupted his plans in the real world, but also added new things to his agenda, from training to wield a spear better to setting up a shop to sell the soul shards he had brought back with the help of the covetous coffer. There were just too many opportunities in front of him. He also had to decide what to do about Rain and continue practicing shadow dance in the dreamscape. Everyone had forgotten about Mongrel by now, surely. No doubt about it. At least he hoped. He groaned inwardly. Adult life is damn hard. They reached the shopping center with the help of a passenger PTV, which seemed a bit too luxurious to Sonny, but was a necessity considering that it would have been hard for Effie to move around in public transport, not only because of her disability, but also because she was somewhat of a celebrity. He had noticed at least 3 propaganda posters depicting her, the way she looked in the dream realm, to be exact, on buildings as the PTV drove toward the heart of the city. Even he had to agree that Effie looked impressive. Like a beautiful goddess of war that knew no fear or would never surrender to anything, not even the hopeless darkness of the forgotten shore. Triumph and perseverance, that was what people needed to see. Considering how hard and dire life in the real world could seem sometimes, even if it was just a sweet, benevolent lie. It gave them hope, at least. And hope gave them strength. Noticing his gaze, Effie grinned.
Looking good, am I?
He had no choice but to tell the truth.
Yeah.
She giggled.
Do you remember how Scar and Park came up with a story to make me seem like some kind of folk hero in the outer settlement? Back when Gunlock's people were searching for me? Well, the government ran wild with it, as you can see. Plus, the fact that I was in charge of the first line during the siege, they made me into a poster girl for the young generation of the Awakened, right after Nephis, of course.
Her face suddenly grew dark and solemn. After a long pause, Effie added in a somber tone,
It's a shame that neither of them lived long enough to see their stupid story become a worldwide hit. Park would have been so full of himself now if he did. I can just about hear him boast.
And that was the bitter truth that people didn't get to see. The terrible piece of the triumph they celebrated was known only to those who had gone through it, and somehow emerged alive on the other side. The two of them spent some relaxing time in the shopping center, Effie resting in her wheelchair, Sunny pushing it from behind. From time to time, someone recognized her as the famous Raised by Wolves and politely expressed their respect and admiration. He, on the other hand, seemed almost invisible. Sunny didn't mind. It was better that way, really. Being invisible suited a shadow very well. More importantly, the act of buying a stupid refrigerator filled him with pure delight. He had been fantasizing about it for so long in the sky below, after all. In a sense, this whole thing had just been a giant obstacle on his epic quest to buy a fridge. And now, after overcoming countless dangers and hardship, that deadly quest was over. Sunny worked out the details about the delivery, and soon it was time to meet up with Kai. He had never been to a posh restaurant before, but it seemed as though his outer appearance was decent enough to not look out of place. The mundane clothes he wore had been chosen with the help of the charming fashion icon himself, after all. Or maybe it was Effie's presence that made everyone there extra polite and a little bit reverent. They entered a tastefully decorated space and saw a tall individual in a black cap and an ordinary face mask standing nearby. The weirdo was wearing sunglasses inside. Before Sunny could understand what was happening, the masked individual quickly approached and gave him a big hug.
Does he really think that this disguise is fooling anyone? And why is he always trying to hug me?
Of course, it was Kai. No combination of masks and sunglasses could hide the glamorous aura of the enchanting nightingale. It only made him stand out even more. Sunny sighed.
That dashing bastard.
The three of them sat down and were presented with old-fashioned paper menus to make their choice from. Sunny stared at the word steak for a bit, then shuddered and shifted his gaze to the salad section. He had had a bit too much meat recently, even if most of it wasn't fresh. A few minutes later, a waiter approached to take their order. Effie spoke.
I guess the ribeye, rare, mashed potatoes, side of spinach, the salmon, and the fettuccine alfredo.
Then she turned to them, smiled innocently, and asked,
Oh, and what about you guys? What are you going to order?
Sunny almost choked on the water he was drinking from a beautiful crystal glass. The waiter, though, somehow managed to keep a straight face.
What a professional.
Since they were seated in a private booth, Kai finally took off his cap and sunglasses, then smiled brilliantly. His voice sounded so sincere that it irked Sonny, just a little.
It's so nice to see you, Sonny. Effie and I were really worried.
Sonny cleared his throat.
That's, thanks, I guess. I sort of assumed that you wouldn't notice that I was gone.
Effie sighed.
I am starting to wish that I didn't, you idiot. Anyway, what the hell happened? Why were you gone for an entire month?
He hesitated, then said,
Do you want to hear the long version or the short version?
Kai gave him a curious look.
Let's start with the short version, I think.
Sonny scratched the back of his head.
All right. Well, in that case, I basically just wanted to find clues about a hidden treasure, but ended up almost being eaten by a treasure chest, falling into a bottomless abyss on top of a devil's corpse, and being burned by divine flames. Luckily, there is this voice I can hear in my head sometimes, and it helped me to only get burned a little.
Effie tilted her head and gave him a strange look. Kai's smile paled a little. Sonny took a sip of water and continued in a carefree tone.
Anyway, deep in the void, I found a black tower. There were some broken dolls and a rotting severed arm inside, which I, ate, sort of. From the black tower in the abyss, I went to a white tower in the skies, and then rode back down to the ground on a dragon's tail. That's basically it. Oh, and before all of that, I kind of killed myself, I guess. Got a very nice memory out of it, too.
The two of them stared at him for a few moments, and then sighed almost simultaneously. Kai shook his head.
I take it back. Let's hear the long version.
Sonny explained the sequence of events that led to him being gone for more than a month, keeping a few things to himself, like the true number of the miraculous coins he had collected, everything having to do with the Weaver, and the real reason for why he was so desperate to grow stronger as fast as possible. When he was done, Effie giggled.
Well, that fated attribute of yours has really been in overdrive lately, hasn't it?
A sour expression appeared on Sonny's face.
I guess. I had a solid 3 months of nothing too bad or too good happening before that, though. But that's the thing. When it does finally happen, one thing usually leads to another. It's not all terrible, though. I had to work really hard to survive, but other than that, this expedition was a windfall for me.
Kai took a sip of tea and then said thoughtfully,
And what about this voice, Mordred? Do you trust him?
Sonny hesitated, then shrugged.
After I made sure that he's not just a figment of my imagination, I came to believe that Mordred is indeed one of the lost, and probably an awakened just like we are. Most likely, he can communicate with me over a large distance because of the mirror shard I picked up after putting down that strange artificial echo of his. Other than that, though, I don't know.
He thought for a bit, then added,
Every piece of information he had given me turned out to be true so far, and very helpful. If it wasn't for him, it's likely I wouldn't be alive right now. So, it's hard to say, really.
Kai smiled.
Well, in that case, he's all right in my book.
Sonny paused as the waiter approached to bring the dirty dishes away and refill their glasses. After they were alone once again, he remained silent for a bit, then turned to Effie.
By the way, I do believe that what he said about the seed is true. I think I can get the obsidian knife, which is supposed to make the nightmare easier. So, I wanted to ask, Effie, I know that you can snap your fingers and have a dozen of the most powerful awakened cohorts in the world accompany you to conquer the second nightmare, but would you consider challenging one with me?
He expected her to tease him a little before giving an answer, but Effie remained quiet for a bit, an uncharacteristically serious expression on her face. After a while, she said,
Challenge a nightmare? Now? Barely 4 months after we had become awakened? Are you crazy, Sonny?
He smiled.
No, I don't mean right this second, or even tomorrow. Both of us need time to grow stronger and prepare, of course.
After saying that, Sonny looked away.
In 7 months, after the winter solstice, that's when I plan to return to the Ivory Tower and go into that seed. Will you come with me?
Effie looked at him for a long time, then smiled too.
Sure, why not? I wouldn't have it any other way even. But Sonny, I have one condition.
He raised an eyebrow.
Really? What is it?
Effie glanced at Kai, then said calmly,
You need to convince Cassia to join us too. I don't know what happened between the two of you, but it doesn't matter. Members of a cohort don't need to be friends. They just need to work well together. And our cohort worked perfectly back on the Forgotten Shore. Castor is dead, and Nephis is gone. But Cassia is still here, and we both know how invaluable her aspect is.
As Sonny's face darkened, she added,
Plus, isn't she anchored at the Night Temple? She can help you get the ivory knife as well. That princeling said that having both would be much better. A nightmare is a nightmare, and will be absolutely deadly, no matter how prepared you are. Letting go of any advantage is stupid.
Sonny looked away, thinking, convince Cassia. A wave of anger and protest rose from the depths of Sonny's heart. Even though he had time to recover from what had happened in the Crimson Spire and understood the reason why Cassia had done what she had, he was still full of resentment. He was still hurt. He was still unwilling to even think about forgiving her. But Effie was right. No matter how he felt about Cassia, she was a boon for any cohort, especially now since she had grown much more confident in her powers after becoming an awakened. She also had other survivors of the Forgotten Shore following her as they waited for Nephis to return, and the connection to the Clan Valor emissaries in the Night Temple. He didn't have to forgive her to fight side by side with her. He just had to trust that she won't betray him again, which he reluctantly did. Even though Sonny didn't want to give Cassia the benefit of the doubt, he knew that she had learned a bitter lesson. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips as he considered his options.
What should I do?
It was at that moment that Kai, who had remained silent during their conversation, suddenly spoke. If you don't mind, count me in too. I want to challenge the second nightmare with the three of you guys as well. In fact, even if you do mind, I insist. Both Sonny and Effie stared at him in surprise. After a while, the former huntress asked,
Challenge the nightmare with us? Don't you have a great position in Bastion, safe behind its walls? Has Sonny infected you with his madness?
Kai frowned, then looked away. After a while, he said, Yes, I do. But do you guys remember Eiko? She had a gambling den in the Bright Castle. Well, Anyway, Eiko has a real talent for managing various things, so the agency hired her as my manager. One evening, we ended up talking about the Dark City. A sad smile appeared on his face. Both of you only lived in the outer settlement, which had its own share of challenges, of course, much more dire than what we who paid tribute faced in the castle. But life wasn't that bright there, too. He remained silent for a bit, then continued. Eiko had it way worse than I, though. Especially after one of the Pathfinders made a point of making her life a living hell. Andel, whose head Lady Nephis eventually took off his shoulders. We all knew it, but no one really helped. A heavy sigh escaped from Kai's lips. Because what could any one of us really do against one of the Pathfinders? But there was a lot of these compromises, of little lies we told ourselves as we closed our eyes to every dark, dirty thing that went on around us. He looked at Effie and said, "People were starving in the outer settlement while we had our bellies full. Well, it wasn't our fault because the castle couldn't feed everyone. Surely if there was more food we would have shared. The guards decided to harass someone? Well, that wasn't our fault either, because Tessie was too powerful, and we were too weak to resist him, and so on, endlessly. Everyone went as far as they needed to keep thinking of themselves as one of the good guys." Kai grew silent, then said quietly, "But you see, it actually was our fault. All of us have committed the same crime. We were all weak. When I spoke to Eiko, I finally realized that in this world, being weak is a sin too. At least for us, the awakened. So, yes, I want to challenge the second nightmare, despite being safe and sound behind the walls of Bastion. Because I never want to close my eyes to anything ever again." He looked at them, then smiled. 7 months? That's more than enough time for me to prepare. Plus, don't you need someone who can fly? Or are you going to simply jump into that weird undersky again and just hope to miss all those flames? Sunny coughed. Kai had a point.
Well, if you put it like this.
After Kai's unexpected and poignant confession, they spent some time simply relaxing, laughing, enjoying their food, and chatting about this and that. Kai shared his experience of winning 12 consecutive weeks of the Avatar Singer and having to lose on purpose at the end, and the furor his face revealed and the subsequent announcement of Nightingale's upcoming comeback album caused in the music industry and among the fans. He also complained about having to hire a second publicist because of a strange scandal he had gotten somehow involved in on the network, causing Sunny to look away in shame and keep his mouth tightly shut. Effie mostly talked about all the fried chicken wings she had eaten and all the sorts of beer she had drunk, as well as what types of nightmare creatures she had hunted, and fried, and ate. She also joked about all the propaganda events the government wanted her to participate in, and the various ways in which she had managed to dodge most of them. Sunny shared his experience of buying a house and how it made him feel. He almost got sentimental thinking about his beautiful armored doors that Effie had smashed through, and about his new, expensive, shiny refrigerator. Finally, Kai had to return to his schedule. Before they parted, though, he hesitated, and then took out 2 colorful pieces of synthetic paper from his pocket with a very embarrassed expression. Without saying anything, He handed the brochures to Sonny and Effie. Sonny took one and stared at it with a confused expression. It appeared to be an invitation of some sort. On it was an image of two people standing back to back with swords in their hands, both of them extremely beautiful, in a professional kind of way. The guy was dark-skinned and handsome, with broad shoulders and an incredibly masculine face. The girl was thin and languid, with a slim figure that bordered on being gaunter than Sonny had been in his outskirts days. She had a doll's face with big glistening eyes and full, slightly parted lips. She was also wearing a very strange and impractical armor, a regal cloak, and a very expensive silver wig.
What the hell is this?
The title at the top of the brochure read, "A Song of Light and Darkness." And right below it, in smaller font, "Light shines brighter in the darkest of nights. Passion blossoms hotter in the cold heart of despair." Sonny stared at the piece of paper in his hand with wide eyes.
Kai, my friend, what did you just hand me?
Effie laughed.
Oh, no way. They finished filming it?
Kai coughed. That's, yeah. The premiere is in a week, actually. My agency arranged for me to attend and give a short speech. So, will you two come? Please? Sonny shook his head.
No, wait. No. Actually, what is this thing?
Effie looked at him with pity.
Haven't you heard? They made a movie about us. I mean, about what happened on the Forgotten Shore, sort of. Have you not heard about all the casting news?
He slowly shook his head.
No.
Then Sonny frowned.
All right, I get it. But why would I ever want to go and watch this? I would rather eat another mordant mimic. Sorry, Kai, but I am not going.
Effie looked at him with mischief and grinned.
Oh, hey, Sonny. Do you remember how I said that I only had one condition to join you in the nightmare? Well, scratch that. Actually, I have two.
After a while, Sonny and Effie returned to his home, just in time to receive the delivery of the refrigerator. Two tall and broad-shouldered store workers unloaded it from the cargo hold of their delivery vehicle and placed the big box down with a bit of strain. After that, one of them smiled and asked,
Good day. Where should we put it?
Sonny waved a hand.
No need. I'll do it myself.
The loaders looked at him doubtfully, then simply shrugged and left after getting his signature. After the vehicle drove off, Sonny looked around, then easily lifted the heavy box and carried it inside the house without any effort whatsoever. Soon, the refrigerator was standing in the place where his old one used to be, the synthwood panels covering its doors blending in with the minimalist design of the kitchen. Effie and Sonny stared at it for a while, satisfied. Then he said,
I like it. A lot.
Effie smiled.
Yeah, it really ties the whole room together, doesn't it? Well, in any case, I hope you won't break it again.
After that, she yawned and said in a tired voice,
I'm beat. Time to retire to the dream realm. What about you?
Sonny thought for a few moments. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on his face.
I have an errand to run, but after that I'm going in too. Oh, wait. Where are you going to sleep?
Effie shrugged.
Your guest room? Where else?
He blinked.
Don't you need a sleeping pod?
The former huntress giggled.
I have one. In your guest room. What? Why are you staring at me like that? Was I supposed to shuffle between the academy and your comatose body every day?
Sonny lingered for a bit, then sighed.
Makes sense. I guess I should have put one there to begin with. What are the chances of me having mundane humans as guests?
Then he waved Effie goodbye and headed for the door as she turned her wheelchair around and rolled toward the guest bedroom. He was very excited about what he was going to do. Sometime later, Sonny was in a beautifully lit store, pushing a shopping cart forward and slowly filling it to the brim with all kinds of food, as well as some other things. He was quietly whistling a cheerful tune, imagining all this stuff going into his new fridge. The contents of the cart would have cost more than he could ever dream to make back when he had been living on the outskirts. But now, he could not only afford it, but even do so without having to consult his money or feel apprehensive about the cost. He could just buy as much as he wanted, of any quality that he wanted, and bring it back home, his own home. Life had changed so much. After a while, he felt as though he got enough. Now that he had the covetous coffer, he could not only bring soul shards out of the dream realm, but also bring stuff from the real world to the Chained Isles. That meant so much. An unlimited amount of spices, all kinds of snacks to make the long day of exploring less dreadful, and various little things to make himself more comfortable. Hell, if he wanted to, he could even bring a tent and sleep in it like a king.
Incredible. Oh, this is simply incredible.
Of course, not all of these things could be bought in a general store, but he could visit other places or simply order stuff on the network. As he was heading for the registers, a familiar voice suddenly pulled him out of his thoughts.
Mom, can we get some ice cream?
Sonny froze for a moment, then slowly turned his head and looked to his left, down a long aisle he was passing. There, a pale girl of around 14 years was standing near a tall, graceful woman in her 40s. An 8-year-old boy with blonde hair and a bright smile was pushing a tub of ice cream into her hands. Sonny watched Rain and her family for a few moments, then turned away and continued on his way, leaving them behind. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips.
At least she's doing fine. Well, of course she is. I've only been gone for a month. Why would anything happen simply because I wasn't here?
He reached the register, then hesitated for a bit and turned back. When he returned, there were several tubs of delicious ice cream added to his cart. As the light of dawn shined on the Chained Isles, Sonny appeared on the altar island of the Sanctuary of Noctis. He stared at the sky, grimaced at the absence of the moon, and headed toward his room. Sometime later, though, he emerged from there with a peculiar wooden box following him with the help of 8 small iron legs. Sonny walked to the garden with the covetous coffer in tow, found a familiar rock, lifted the toothy box, and carefully placed it near himself. Then, he took out a single soul shard and put it where everyone could see. Soon, one of the awakened noticed him and approached.
Ah, Sonny, you're back. Looking to sell some shards again?
Sonny smiled.
Oh, yes, sure. But hey, that's not all. Brilliant Emporium has some new merchandise.
The awakened looked at him with doubt, then asked,
Really? Like what?
Sonny's grin grew wider.
How lucky that you happened to ask. Let's see. He put his hand inside the coffer, which then somehow disappeared into the comparatively small box up to the shoulder. Then, Sonny began taking out various items, speaking as he did so. What do I have in store? Take a look for yourself. Toothpaste, soft clean underwear, salt, pepper, and all kinds of spices. Personal hygiene products. Are you a woman? No? Have a female friend then? What? Really? Well, with the stuff I have here, that can be fixed. Oh, what is this? Would you look at that? As more and more people gathered and stared at the absolutely mundane, but precious items that almost none of them had access to in the dream realm, with something resembling lust in their eyes, Sonny's own gleamed with greed. By the way, Brilliant Emporium is also proud to announce the opening of a conveyance service. Want our dedicated staff to bring something specific from the real world? No problem. Want to send something to the real world instead? That's not a problem either, for just a small commission. I am going to get rich. So rich. Yes, soul shards were a rare commodity in the real world, but a good pair of underpants in the dream realm was, perhaps, even more valuable. Sonny spent a very pleasant morning selling all the stuff he had brought to the dream realm to a crowd of awakened, each of them ravenous for the small comforts the real world could provide. Very few had a close enough relationship with a master or a saint to be able to get these things here, in a place as remote as the Chained Isles. Things were slightly different in large citadels like Bastion or Ravenheart, but on the frontier, most people simply had to figure out ways to get by with makeshift replacements. Still, nothing could compare to the real deal. All in all, the Brilliant Emporium was performing splendidly. Of course, Sonny did not charge too much for the small necessities he sold, but it added up. He wouldn't charge a whole soul shard, even if it was from a dormant creature, for a tube of toothpaste. But a few tubes, plus a toothbrush, plus some soap and a box of tea leaves, and a promise to bring some sugar with him the next time, that could work. Unlike before, he wanted soul shards instead of memories. He was going to take these shards to the waking world, where their value was much higher. Out there, soul shards could come from only two sources. Some were brought back by Ascended and Transcendent from their journeys into the dream realm, and some were scavenged from the corpses of the nightmare creatures that had invaded reality through a gate. They were always in short supply, because anyone in possession of a shard was more likely to use it themselves than to sell it for credits. Saturating their soul core meant much more to an awakened than worldly currency. After all, dead men could not spend their riches. The demand, on the other hand, was extremely high, not only because all awakened strive to become stronger, but also because young sleepers, especially, were able to use these shards to increase their chances of returning from their first venture into the dream realm alive. That was the reason why even Castor, a scion of a prestigious legacy clan, had not entered the Forgotten Shore with his core already fully saturated. And that was the reason why Sonny was going to profit a lot from being in possession of his new favorite memory, the magnificent covetous coffer. After all, he, for better or worse, had no use for the soul shards whatsoever. He could not consume them, so there was no choice to be made between growing stronger himself or earning credits from others. He was going to sell the shards, buy memories, and feed them to the saint. This simple system was almost unfairly lucrative for Sonny, because memories, unlike shards, had no additional value in the real world. Every sleeper and every awakened could bring back memories from the dream realm and freely exchange them there, which did not mean that memories were cheap. In fact, they were extremely expensive.
but the correlation between the number of soul shards he would have to sell and the number of memories he would be able to buy was very much in his favor. Of course, Sonny also didn't even need good memories. The worse, the better. The usefulness of a memory dictated its price, but did not affect the amount of shadow fragments the saint received from consuming them at all. His smile was growing wider and wider.
2 months. 3 max. That's how long it's going to take me to bring the saint to 200 out of 200. And what happens next? Oh my. I can hardly wait to find out.
His pleasant thoughts, however, were eventually interrupted by a shadow falling over him.
Another customer?
Sonny looked up and tensed a little, recognizing the person in front of him. It was a young woman wearing a simple white garment, the same one that had escorted him to meet Master Roan before his journey to the Shipwreck Island, the representative of the Whitefeather clan. He suppressed a heavy sigh. What was she doing here? Sonny gritted his teeth, stifling a grimace, choosing instead to smile up at her politely. She wasn't higher ranking, but he knew anything he said to her would go right back to them.
What can I do for you?
The young woman bowed slightly, then spoke in a neutral tone.
Saint Tyrus invites you to share a meal with her, awakened sunless.
Curses. That is what I have been afraid of.
Sonny shivered slightly. Then he pursed his lips. It was inevitable, but still, he was very much hoping to not gain too much of their notice. Skirting under the radar was much more comfortable for him. What were the chances of him keeping all his secrets to himself during a conversation with the fearsome demigod in charge of the Chained Isles? He had grown used to working with and around his flaw, but would that be enough? Saints were creatures of another breed. It wasn't a coincidence that there were only a few dozen of them across all of humanity. They were not only the most powerful, but also the most skilled, strong-willed, brilliant, and deviously cunning members of the human race. Each was a force to be reckoned with. Nothing less would suffice if one wanted to survive the harrowing trial of the third nightmare. He wasn't sure of his ability to fool such a person. Sonny forced out a weak smile.
It would be my pleasure.
The young woman nodded, then turned around, obviously expecting him to follow.
Damn,
Sonny thought.
I figured I had a bit longer. Oh well, I suppose here goes nothing.
Sonny sighed, then dismissed the covetous coffer and stood up from the rock. It was time to face Skytide again. The graceful stone chateau perched on the top of the tall menhirs of the sanctuary was just as Sonny had remembered it. The open pavilion at the edge of the ancient monolith had not changed as well. It was bathed in sunlight and exposed to the winds, opening to a breathtaking view of the Chained Isles. The ivory tower floated far above, shrouded in white clouds. It was all still ethereally beautiful, even after Sonny's ordeal in the sky below and the tower up above. He let his eyes linger on it for a moment before he turned his attention to the scene set before him. This time, there was a simple meal served for 3 people on the round table in the center of the pavilion, and both Master Roan and Saint Tyrus were preparing to eat. The young woman led Sonny to them, gestured to a free chair, and then moved to stand silently by Skytide's side. Sonny lingered for a bit, then said awkwardly,
Greetings, Lady Tyrus, Master Roan. It's an honor to be invited to join you for dinner. Lunch? Yeah, I suppose it is a bit early for dinner. It is an honor to join you for lunch today.
St. Tyrus simply nodded and didn't say anything. But Master Roan looked at him and grinned. Then he gestured to the food on the table.
What are you waiting for, Sunless? Dig in. Food's growing cold.
Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled. If there was one rule he tried to follow faithfully in his life, it was to never refuse free food. Master Roan didn't have to ask him twice. It seemed that the conversation was not going to happen until after the meal, which suited Sunny just fine. Not only did he get to enjoy simple but delicious food provided by the Whitefeather clan, but he also received a bit more time to think about what he was going to say, and how. Sunny focused his attention on the plate in front of him, and after a few moments, a delighted smile found its way onto his face.
Damn, this is really good.
Noticing it, Master Roan chuckled.
You like it? Well, I'm not going to say that I cooked it myself because that would be a lie, but I did hunt the beast with my own 2 hands. I also watched and gave very wise advice when Tyrus was planting the vegetables.
Sunny choked, grabbing his glass of water to try to regain his composure.
Tyrus planted what?
He wondered.
Skytide grew these vegetables herself? She gardens?
The image of the stern saint doing gardening did not fit into his mind at all. He threw a furtive glance at the unnaturally beautiful woman and swallowed.
Yeah, can't imagine it.
St. Tyrus was calmly eating, not a single emotion appearing on her face. At the mention of her name, she looked at her husband for a second, and then returned to her meal without reacting in any way. Sunny didn't know if she was simply like that around strangers, or if she was just always aloof. In any case, it was hard to picture Skytide doing mundane things like gardening. Not knowing what to think of it, he paused for a few moments, then said awkwardly,
Yes, I like it. Thank you. It's very tasty.
It was too good, in fact. The food was disappearing from his plate at a concerning speed, which meant that he had to sort out his thoughts fast. Basically, there were 3 things about his recent adventure that were better kept secret. The first one was the miraculous coins and their connection to the sanctuary of Noctis. The second was Mordred. Despite the fact that Effie and Kai had easily believed him, telling total strangers that there were voices in his head was not the best of decisions. Besides that, Sunny got the feeling that the lost prince might have been in not-so-friendly relationship with the emissaries of the Valor clan that resided on the Chained Isle. Skytide did not serve Valor directly, but her clan was still allied to the rulers of Bastion, to the point that one might have gone so far as to call them a vassal clan. And lastly, there was the whole thing about the Ebony and Ivory Towers, the connection between them, and the Seed of Nightmare. If it threatened to create a gate at any moment, he would have felt obligated to inform the Whitefeather clan so that someone else could destroy it before that happened. But since the seed was far from blooming, he wanted it all for himself. However, Sunny suspected that he would have to sacrifice one of these secrets to keep the others intact. The question was, which one? Finally, the food was gone from their plates, and the young woman in white poured beautiful ember tea into their cups. Sunny blew on his and glanced at Master Roan.
So, not to appear impolite, sir, but to what do I owe the pleasure? Here it comes.
He hesitated, then added,
Is it about my friends making a ruckus after I had gone on an unusually long expedition? You weren't too inconvenienced by having to look for me, were you? He was expecting a confirmation, but instead, a surprised expression appeared on the strapping master's face.
Look for you? Why would we look for you?
Noticing that Sonny was confused, he remained silent for a moment, and then smiled.
There must have been a misunderstanding. Nightingale and Raised by Wolves did indeed bring your disappearance to the attention of our clan. I was going to explore the places where you had been seen last to investigate, but luckily Lady Cassia arrived at the sanctuary just in time. She informed us that you would return in a few weeks, so we didn't have to worry.
A tense smile froze on Sonny's face. She did? Well, I'm glad your time wasn't wasted then. Damn it. Damned Cassia and her damned visions. How much does she know? He took a sip of tea to hide his expression behind the cup for a second. That changed things. On purpose or not, Cassia had helped him avoid the scrutiny of having to explain his absence to the Whitefeather clan. That, however, posed another problem. And the problem was Song of the Fallen herself. The timing of her visit to the Sanctuary of Noctis and this strange action of hers were probably not a coincidence. What was she playing at? Or was he being too paranoid, looking for a meaning where there was none? Cassia was not some Machiavellian mastermind after all, unlike Sonny and Nephis both. At least she had not been before. Putting down the cup, Sonny cleared his throat. But then, why did you invite me? Master Roan smiled and produced a folded piece of paper from his pocket.
Oh, it was just to hand you this. Lady Cassia left you a message before leaving on an expedition with her cohort.
Sonny tried to seem calm and nonchalant as he took the piece of paper and unfolded it. Inside, 2 words were written in awkward handwriting. Desecrated Grove. They were, without a doubt, left by Cassia. After becoming blind, writing was hard for her. That's why the penmanship seemed so crude. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Desecrated Grove. Sonny had heard of that place. It lay west of the sanctuary, separated from it by a stretch of long chains. The grove itself was not the most deadly of territories, but there were several corrupted creatures nesting on islands in close vicinity to it. Had Cassia known that he would want to speak to her, and left him a direction to where to find her? Why would she lead her cohort to that remote place, which was situated as far from the Hollow Mountains as one could get on the Chained Isles? Strange. Sonny folded the note, put it under the vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud, and smiled. Thank you. Things like that weren't too strange. Since he had gone on a long expedition and missed Cassia, who was planning to remain in the Dream Realm for a while herself, it was logical to communicate through messages. She could have just sent one to his communicator, though. Although, if he was honest with himself, there was a big chance that he would ignore the message if she had. Sonny finished his tea and then asked cautiously, May I be excused?
Master Roan shrugged. Sure. It was nice to see you again, Sunless. I hear your emporium is doing well?
Sonny couldn't believe his luck. Expressing his gratitude, he rose to leave. Just as he did, though, St. Tyrus spoke for the first time. Piercing him with a penetrating gaze, she said evenly, Have you been to the Reckoning Island? Sonny froze. Under the stare of Skytide, twisting the truth didn't seem that wise anymore. Sonny hesitated, then said simply, Yes.
St. Tyrus looked at him for a few moments, then turned away.
Next time someone asks, say no.
Taken aback, Sonny stared at the stunningly beautiful woman for a bit, gathered his courage, and then quietly asked,
May I ask, why?
Skytide kept her gaze on the breathtaking vista of the chained aisles below them. Then, in a calm voice, she answered,
You may not.
Sonny descended from the White Feather's eyrie in a complicated mood. If he ever had doubts that the Lost Prince was harboring dire secrets, now there were none. Why else would St. Tyrus caution him to not speak about the Mirror Beast, who had seemingly been the only trace left of Mordred's existence? Mordred had conquered the first nightmare when he was only 12. Such an individual, surely, would have been as famous as Nephis back in the real world. And yet, Sonny had never heard of him, or of anyone who had accomplished the same feat. It was almost as if someone very powerful had purposefully erased any mention of the mysterious prince from history. How had he lost his physical body to begin with? And where was his spirit body in the dream realm? Did he even have one? He must have had it once at least. The pack Sonny had found on the Reckoning contained a detailed map of the Chained Isles, with the word Hope written on it next to a question mark. Back then, he thought that the owner of the pack had been killed by the Mirror Beast. Now, however, he suspected that it had belonged to Mordred himself. So, the Lost Prince had at least visited the Chained Isles before disappearing. Was the great clan Valor complicit in his disappearance? Sonny had no real reason to come to that conclusion, other than the fact that the Chained Isles were in their sphere of influence and that St. Tyrus hinted at her knowledge of the nature of the Mirror Beast. But why hadn't she killed it herself? Her even bringing it up seemed strange. Did she think her mentioning it to Sonny like that would scare him away from investigating further? Maybe she did think she could subtly scare Sonny away, but she didn't know who or what he had been in touch with in his travels.
I'm going to have to ask Mordred a lot of questions when he appears.
Which wasn't going to happen for many days, sadly. Until then, Sonny had other matters to attend to. He glanced at the sun and judged that it had barely reached its zenith. The moon wasn't going to appear for a while, so even though the desire to place his precious coins on the altar gnawed on him, he decided to address the most pressing problem first: Cassia. No matter how reluctant Sonny was to face his former friend, he had to speak to her. He couldn't make plans for the future without knowing who would be by his side as he challenged the second nightmare. And he absolutely needed to challenge it. Collecting essence was fine, but becoming a master would change the power dynamic between him and Nephis significantly more. And even though creating future cores would be harder after he achieved a higher rank, being an Ascended also meant that there would be far fewer things out there that could squash him like a bug. Not only among the nightmare creatures, but also among the humans. The more crumbs of information about the Sovereign Sonny learned, the more disturbed he became. He was distrustful by nature, but he didn't believe that these hidden overlords would not try to exert their influence on him, or try to destroy him one day, simply by virtue of being able to do so. But with his recent adventure being brought to the attention of the White Feather clan, it was unlikely others had not heard by now. And even without this threat, there were hundreds of masters in the world, which meant that there were hundreds of people who could kill him without breaking a sweat. But if he became a master himself, well, then there would be only a few dozen individuals he would have to be really wary of, like St. Tyrus. Not to mention that, as an Ascended, he would be free to come and go from the Dream Realm as he wished. He would even be able to abandon it forever and never come back. Wouldn't that be a nice choice to have? Just the choice. Sonny was finding plenty of use for his cross-realm trading business before he would be ready to leave this all behind.
So, to the desecrated grove it is.
Sonny frowned, then returned to his room, took out his map from the covetous coffer, and spent some time adding all the details he remembered from Mordred's map onto it. Soon, he was in possession of an intricately detailed depiction of most of the chained isles on his hands, complete with descriptions of what dangers he was likely to meet, and where. With its help, traveling to his destinations was going to be much safer. Sonny studied the route to the desecrated grove and sighed.
Well, that shouldn't be too hard. I can probably reach it by morning and return to the sanctuary the next day. Though, likely not until night when the moon is high in the sky. And then, I will finally get to use the coins I have bled so much to earn.
He dismissed the covetous coffer, stretched his limbs, and headed toward the exit from the sanctuary. The journey to the remote island that Cassia named in her note indeed turned out to be uneventful. Sonny rode the heavenly chains in the form of the shadow and traversed the islands on foot, avoiding any nightmare creature that crossed his path. The southern part of the chained isles was relatively safe, or at least safer than the northern part. Well, no surprise. It was bordering regions of the Dream Realm that had been tamed by humans more than a decade ago, while to the north, there was nothing except for the dreadful Hollow Mountains. The desecrated grove itself was somewhat near the main route from one of the great chains, which connected all of the chained isles to the rest of the Dream Realm, to the Sanctuary of Noctis. People who were either coming to or leaving the region used that route to travel between the Great Chain and the Citadel, so it was often patrolled by the White Feather forces. Sonny traveled along the established route, then left it to go deeper into the dangerous wilderness of the Flying Islands. He carefully avoided all the places where corrupted nightmare creatures were known to dwell and kept his eyes open for any sign of danger. However, nothing that couldn't be avoided happened. None of the islands Sonny wanted to cross were rising, so he even managed to escape having to endure the crushing. The sun rolled down over the horizon and disappeared, and the moon followed its example. As the first light of dawn ignited in the east, Sonny flew through the shadows and then soared high into the air, cresting the edge of a large island and softly landing on its soil. The desecrated grove. He had finally arrived. Sonny let out a heavy sigh. He had almost hoped that some terrible monstrosity would attack him on the way, making it so he wouldn't have to meet Cassia. The searing mess of emotions he felt toward her was much scarier than any nightmare creature could ever hope to be. At the end of the day, humans were much harder to deal with than monsters. The desecrated grove was a large island, its surface overtaken almost entirely by a forest of twisted, charred, dead trees. The ground was covered by a thick layer of ash, which strong winds often threw into the air. Gray flakes rained down from the sky. There were many nightmare creatures nestling in the dark forest, and although most of them were only of the awakened rank, one had to be careful not to get ambushed, surrounded, or stumble upon an especially ferocious abomination. Sonny couldn't even begin to guess why Cassia would choose such a place to establish a camp. However, he could already see the signs of human presence. There were 4 chains connecting the desecrated grove to other islands, but the one he himself had used was the most convenient. Any sane leader would have chosen the same route, and even though the crushing was capable of making anyone's path unpredictable, the other 3 were just too much of a risk. That's why Sunny wasn't surprised to see human footprints leading toward the menacing wall of black and dead trees, already mostly covered by a new layer of ash. There were also signs of a battle, with several misshapen carcasses laying on the ground and clearly showing signs of their soul shards being removed. Judging by the fact that they were only partially devoured by the scavenging nightmare creatures, Cassia's cohort must have passed through no more than a week ago. Sighing, Sunny tied a piece of cloth around his mouth and nose, summoned the cruel sight, and started following the footprints. Soon, he entered the ashen veil of the twisted forest. His ability to see through any shadow proved to be invaluable once again. If not for that gift, he would have been scared witless, expecting a sudden attack to come from the surrounding darkness at any moment. With his sight, the shadow sense, and the ability to see all around himself with the help of one of the shadows, Sunny felt confident that nothing would be able to get close to him unnoticed. At least, not on this comparatively tame island. But that was the thing about the Dream Realm. Even creatures that were supposed to be easy to deal with could kill you in a second if you weren't careful enough. Tame or not, everywhere in this godforsaken world was a potential death trap. As Sunny went deeper into the forest, he discovered more signs of Cassie's cohort passing through. There were marks left behind by violent skirmishes, as well as several abandoned campsites. It seemed as though the firekeepers had been taking their time, slowly exploring the path ahead and moving their camp further and further into the depth of the desecrated grove after clearing a long stretch of it. Why travel here all the way from the Night Temple? She had to cross the entire region, getting away from the Hollow Mountains only to get stuck on an unexceptional island. I just don't get it. Sunny was clearly missing something. With a slight frown, he turned into a shadow and glided through the darkness, covering much more distance with every minute than he had been on foot. He still preferred to be cautious, though, sending one of the shadows ahead and moving slow enough to be able to react in time if something unexpected happened. After an hour or so, he finally found them. Cassia and her cohort were camped in a secluded clearing that was around halfway to the heart of the island, dangerously far removed from the edge. If the desecrated grove entered the ascent phase, the time window for them to get back to the chain before the crushing became deadly would be extremely narrow. Since it was early morning, most of the members were asleep, with only 2 lookouts standing watch with torches in their hands. Sunny observed them for a few seconds from the shadows, and then sent his own forward. He recognized both of the watchmen, since they had spent a lot of time together during the struggle for the throne of the Bright Castle as fellow members of Neff's faction. The Firekeepers were comprised of about 40 survivors of the Forgotten Shore, those who had decided against pledging their allegiance to the legacy clans that wanted to recruit them, as well as the government, and had not become fully independent like Effie and Sunny had. Although Cassia was their nominal leader, she didn't command the whole host herself. Instead, Neff's followers were divided into several cohorts, each operating in different regions of the Dream Realm. Firekeepers were not a formal organization, but more of a loose alliance of people who shared similar beliefs and principles, the main being the hope that Changing Star was going to return alive one day. Sunny's shadow entered the circle of light created by one of the torches, glared at the lookout, and then waved at him. The young man stared at it with wide eyes.
What the hell?
The other swiftly turned, summoning her weapon.
What is it?
The first one remained silent for a moment, then sighed.
Crap.
He massaged his temple as if experiencing a headache.
I think it's Sunny.
There were 8 people in Cassia's cohort, every one of them a familiar face. Well, Sunny more or less knew all of the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, had fought with them back to back, so that wasn't surprising. What did surprise him, though, was how warmly they welcomed him.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Even if some were clearly displeased with having to wake up a bit early and wary of his entrepreneurial ambitions, which they had been amply subjected to during the war for the Bright Castle, they were still clearly happy to see Sonny. Soon, his shoulder began to hurt a little from all the friendly slaps it received.
Would you look at that? 4 months on these damned islands, and this is the first time we actually cross paths.
How have you been, Sonny?
Oh, I was so sad we missed you in the sanctuary. Glad you decided to visit.
Sonny smiled weakly and responded to their greetings, feeling both strangely warm inside and extremely uncomfortable with all the attention. Truth be told, he was glad to meet them again, too. He still couldn't quite believe that anyone had escaped the Forgotten Shore, let alone a whole 100 of young men and women, some of whom were in front of him right now. After the greetings were done, he looked around and raised an eyebrow.
Sure, guys. Likewise. But, where's Cassia?
The firekeepers glanced at each other. Then one of them smiled.
Oh, right. You must be dying to see her.
Not exactly.
The girl who spoke shook her head and turned toward a path leading somewhere away from the camp.
Let's go. I'll take you.
Not too far from the camp, a deep hole was dug near the roots of one of the dead trees. Beside it, with her back to him, stood a delicate girl with pale blonde hair and an elegant rapier hanging in a scabbard on her belt. Hearing their footsteps, Cassia turned around. A small smile appeared on her face.
Sonny, you made it.
Cassia had changed since the last time they met. Her hair was longer, and there was a strange silver half-mask covering her eyes. Its surface blind and intricately engraved. It matched the polished steel of the armor she was wearing on top of a midnight blue coat, comprised of a short cuirass, vambraces, greaves, and a segmented pauldron. The quiet dancer hung on her belt, but there was also a long dagger opposite it, its guard twisting upward, a clear indication of her readiness for danger. What changed most of all, however, was her demeanor. The blind girl seemed much older somehow, firmer, poised but also weary, as if pressed down upon by the weight of years. Her posture was tense yet confident, revealing a maturity beyond her age. Shaped by countless battles and the harsh trials, her once carefree smile had vanished, replaced by a somber expression that spoke of heavy burdens and hidden scars.
What? What years? She's younger than me.
Sonny struggled a little, then pretended to smile too, for the benefit of the young firekeeper, who no doubt expected a warm reunion. No one knew what had happened between them after all.
Yeah, I received your note. Cryptic as it was. And here I am, in the flesh.
The girl who had led him to Cassia glanced at them, then made an excuse and went back to the camp, tactfully deciding to remove herself from what she thought was going to be an emotional meeting of two old friends. Former friends, really. Sonny hesitated a little, then asked,
So, how have you been?
Cassia sighed, then turned back to the excavated roots of the charred tree. After a while, she spoke.
Not so good, actually.
Her voice sounded distant.
We have tried to venture into the Hollow Mountains, as you must know, but it was hopeless.
That place is pure death for anyone who dares to set foot into the mist. We hoped to find a way back to the Forgotten Shore. In the end, however, we were lucky to simply escape alive.
Cassia remained silent for a bit, then asked,
What about you?
Sunny grinned.
Me? Oh, I've never been better.
With that, he summoned the covetous coffer, fished out some fresh fragrant fruit from it, and sat down on a nearby stump. Taking a big bite out of a juicy peach, he chewed it with gusto, and then glanced at the blind girl.
Oh, sorry, I only brought enough for one.
Yes, Sunny knew that he was being ridiculously petty, but so what? Pettiness was his middle name, figuratively speaking.
So, you failed to return to the Forgotten Shore, and now... What are you doing exactly? Why are you digging up trees in this vile forest?
Cassia smiled a little, then answered evenly.
I am looking for something.
Then she turned away from the hole and faced him.
Yes, I told the Whitefeather clan that you will return alive. No, I did not see a vision of where you were and what you did in the past month.
Sunny stared at her with a dark expression.
What is this? She can read minds now?
And no, I can't read minds. If you must know, my second ability allows me to sense what will happen in the next few seconds. That's why I can walk around without a cane and knew what you were going to say.
He grimaced.
That's going to be very annoying, I think.
Sunny looked at Cassia, reevaluating her armor and weapons. With an ability like that, she might have become a very formidable fighter. Or not. He didn't really understand how it worked, to tell the truth. For all he knew, her power could have been either a blessing or a curse, depending on how she used it. He wondered how much she had learned to harness her potential. Perhaps she had grown stronger in ways he could not yet perceive, or maybe her abilities had limits he wasn't aware of. Either way, it was clear that Cassia was no longer the same person. So he asked cautiously,
Does that mean that you can see now?
Cassia shook her head.
No, not exactly. But if I want to take a step forward and sense falling into a ravine, I can walk around it instead. If I sense being pierced by a sword, I can try to deflect it. And if I sense being asked a question, I can answer it.
He thought for a bit, then said,
So, what is my next question?
The blind girl simply shook her head.
I don't need to waste soul essence to guess. You want to know how I knew that you will come back to the sanctuary in one piece.
Sunny finished his fruit, threw the pit into the hole, then smiled.
Indeed. If you did not spy on my recent adventures, then how did you know that I wasn't going to die?
Cassia lingered for a bit, then turned away. After a while, she said,
It's still spring.
What does that have to do with anything? You knew that I would be fine because it's spring?
Cassia smiled.
Yes, I knew that you wouldn't die because, you see...
She paused for a moment and then said calmly,
I already saw you die. In winter. Both of us, actually.
After Cassia dropped that bomb, Sunny simply stared at her for a whole minute, his eyes wide, and the words refusing to come out of his mouth. His mind raced, trying to process what she had just said, but every thought seemed to collide with the next, creating a jumble of confusion and disbelief. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. as if he had forgotten how to form words altogether. Cassia watched him with a calm, unreadable expression, waiting for his reaction. He felt the weight of her gaze on him, pressing down like a heavy burden he wasn't ready to carry. Finally, he gritted his teeth and hissed,
What the hell? You saw us die?
Cassia sighed, then gave him a simple nod.
Yes.
Sonny growled.
Elaborate.
The blind girl hesitated for a little while, then asked evenly, Are you sure you want to know? You've seen what happened the last time I shared my vision with someone and tried to challenge fate. A dark, resentful expression appeared on Sonny's face. With his voice full of anger, he spat.
Who cares? Tell me what you saw this instant.
Cassia sighed and turned to face him. All right, but remember what happened to the three of us before. How we tried to deceive fate, but were played by fate instead. She grew quiet for a moment, and then said, This is what I saw. There was a crumbling island falling into the sky below, and the two of us, bloodied, mangled, and weak, falling down with it. It was snowing. Above us, a giant bird flew, wreathed in thunderclouds. It was fighting a terrifying black wyvern, their blood falling down like rain. Then, darkness swallowed us, and we were gone. Cassia looked down, then added solemnly, That's how we died. When Cassia was done speaking, Sonny remained silent for a bit. Then, he said,
Anything else? More details?
The blind girl shook her head. Because of the blizzard, it was hard to see what surrounded the crumbling island, and it was already too damaged to recognize it. So, no more details. You were wearing a metal armor, I think? Not the puppeteer's shroud. Sonny massaged his temples with a bleak expression on his face.
Well, it's not as bad as I expected.
Cassia tilted her head a little. She wasn't expecting that reaction from Sonny. It's not? A dark smile appeared on his lips.
We already know that your visions are easy to misinterpret. You haven't seen us die. I mean, not really, right? Nothing like the light going out of our eyes, our bodies being torn apart and so on, right? You just saw us badly injured and falling into the darkness. So what? I have already fallen into the sky below once, and here I am, good as new. I mean, it wasn't a walk in the park, but it's survivable.
The blind girl hesitated. You fell into the sky below? Sonny hid his surprise that she didn't know. She told the Whitefeather clan that he would be returning, but she didn't know from where? Interesting. Very interesting. Sonny waved a hand dismissively.
Yes, but that doesn't matter right now. Wait, no. Actually, it does matter. It's the reason I came to see you. I have almost forgotten because of this charming revelation of yours.
After that, he grew silent, thinking about Cassia's vision of their death. Despite Sonny's bravado, inside, he wasn't as nonchalant about it as he wanted to appear. Yes, her visions had been misleading in the past, but not all of them. Some were as straightforward as possible, and yes, although he had already gone through the endless void below the Chained Isles once, there was no guarantee that he would survive it a second time. And if he did go back, it had better be for a good reason. and because he had chosen to do so himself. After the twisted rock was destroyed by the crushing, Sonny managed to survive due to 3 things. One of them was Mordred. One was that he had already been near the tear, and the other was the Where Is My Eye enchantment that he had used in a moment of desperation. That enchantment had almost killed him itself, and only failed to do so because his already exhausted shadow essence ran out just at the right time. If his reserves had not been depleted, and he was forced to endure staring into the eternity of fate for a few seconds more, his mind would have been destroyed completely. If he was thrown into the sky below once more, away from the tear, there would be a very slim chance of him finding the rift in the ocean of divine flame again, especially if he was as badly wounded as Cassia implied. Plus, there were new terrors to face in this supposed upcoming battle. There were giant birds fighting wyverns in the sky above. Sonny wasn't sure what to make of that, or how to even factor it into his calculations of survivability. So, what he had to do now was, well, what the hell was he supposed to do? The vision did not provide any actionable information. The only thing Sonny could think of was to work really hard to get himself a flight-capable memory or echo before winter. And maybe write up a will. He sighed.
So, what have you been doing to prevent the 2 of us from dying? How can you calmly dig around in the mud knowing that this is going to happen?
Cassia remained silent for a moment, the expression on her face thoughtful. Then, she smiled.
I am digging around in the mud for that very reason, actually.
Sonny snorted.
What are you hoping to find there? A pair of wings?
She shook her head.
No, I am just hoping to find a preserved root.
Sonny's brows furrowed. He held himself back from blurting out a snide remark, but he couldn't help but wonder.
A root? What can a root do to save us from dying?
He kept quiet for a bit, then said,
All right, suit yourself. Anyway, I wanted to talk with you about something.
Cassia looked into the depths of the forest, then nodded.
About what?
Sonny gathered his thoughts, then explained.
I have found a nightmare seed, a very special one that contains a very special second nightmare, and I wanted to challenge it after the winter solstice. Actually, scratch that. I want to challenge it by the end of the autumn if possible.
His initial plan was to give himself and his companions 7 months to prepare. But considering what Cassia saw happening in winter, these plans had to change. Whatever it was that she predicted, facing it as a master would be much more desirable than facing it as an awakened. Unless her vision took place inside the nightmare, of course. Regardless, now he had decided to return to the ivory tower before the autumn was over. 6 months was a tight amount of time to get ready, but not so different from his initial plan. He could make it work, provided that other people whom he wanted to take with him would too. As much as it pained him to admit it, he needed the support. Sonny didn't like feeling like he had to rely on others, but he knew when a job was best not done alone. Sonny continued.
That seed is also located in a very special place, in fact. It's right above our heads, in the ivory tower. I found a way to get there without being killed by the crushing. Although, that other path is arguably just as dangerous.
Sonny pointed down.
It's in the sky below. Effie and Kai are coming to the Chained Isles to join me. We hope that you will challenge the nightmare with us too. Oh, and we'll need your help getting into the Night Temple. There's an item we need to retrieve there.
Cassia turned her face to him, and remained silent for a while. With her eyes being hidden by a mask and her face unmoving, it was hard to tell what she was feeling or thinking about. Finally, she said, "You want me to join, even after what I've done to you?" Unseen to her, a cold expression appeared on Sonny's face. He looked at the blind girl for a long time, then shrugged.
Why not? We don't have to be friends to go into a nightmare together. We don't even need to like each other. We can just be temporary allies. Wasn't that what I was to you anyway? If you can handle that, so can I. I don't mind being used as long as I get to use you in return. Pretty simple.
Cassia turned away and didn't say anything for a few moments. Then she answered, "All right, I will go to the Night Temple with you and help you conquer the second nightmare. But I want your help with something in return." Sonny raised an eyebrow.
My help? With what?
The blind girl hesitated for a second and then said, "You have been to the Shipwreck Island, haven't you? The creature that dwells there. In a few months, I want you to help me kill it." Sonny stared at the blind girl with surprise clearly written all over his face. Allowing the surprise to seep into his voice, he asked,
The vine creature? You want to kill that thing?
"Why would she want to attempt to do something that dangerous?" Cassia nodded. He shook his head. He had fought so many different types of creatures, but that thing, whatever it was, gave him the creeps.
That bastard is sprawled through the entire island. Its vines buried underground. It is corrupted, which means that our weapons will barely be able to cut it. And, if that was not bad enough, the vines produce clouds of deadly poison. Are you sure that you want to attack it?
The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, considering her response. Then, she answered calmly, "It is a corrupted monster indeed. It is terrifying and lethal, yes, but I'm sure that we can destroy it, with enough preparation. Everyone has weaknesses, including nightmare creatures, even corrupted types. That creature is susceptible to fire, for example. It must have other weaknesses we might be able to exploit too." Sonny thought for a while, then shrugged.
Fine. I will help your cohort fight the monstrosity on Shipwreck Island. I cannot promise that we will succeed, but I will help with the attempt.
Cassia sighed. "Then we have a deal. My cohort and I will remain in the desecrated growth until our business here is done. I expect it to take a month at least, maybe more. After that, we will return to the sanctuary, recuperate, and proceed to the Shipwreck Island." She paused for a moment, and then added, "And then I will help you challenge the second nightmare." Sonny smiled.
If we don't die before that, you mean?
The blind girl turned back to the roots of the dead tree. She smirked. "Yes, if we don't die before that." On his way back to the sanctuary, Sonny had a lot to think about. First of all, there was the fact that he would have to cooperate with Cassia again, which made him feel all sorts of complicated emotions. The manner of their relationship, at least for now, was set clear. It was purely an alliance of convenience and nothing else. He could put away his resentment for the sake of mutual benefit after all. Sonny could be a very pragmatic person when he needed to be. Secondly, there was the perspective of returning to the wreck of the ancient ship, this time to do battle with the vine monster that ruled over the island. Sonny knew very well how dangerous that thing was, so he had a lot of preparations to do if he wanted to come out of that fight in one piece. The divine flame augmentation of the cruel sight, however, was going to come in very handy. And lastly, there was the ominous prediction that Cassia had made about both of them dying sometime in winter, or falling into the sky below at least. He didn't even know what to think about that. However, Sonny was not going to let this vision affect his decisions. The last time he had tried to act on the knowledge received through Cassia's prophetic gift did not end well for him, or anyone for that matter. No, he would not let this one become a self-fulfilling prophecy, though, now that he knew about it, he wasn't sure if keeping it in mind at all or trying to forget about it would be better. The best thing to do was to keep it in his mind, but continue to act as if nothing had changed. At least, he thought that this was the best course. Tired and mentally exhausted from the long journey to and back from the desecrated grove, Sonny approached the sanctuary of Noctis in the middle of the night. His shadow essence reserves were almost depleted, and his head buzzed from all the thoughts swarming inside of it. Landing on the soft grass and hearing the familiar sound of water falling over the edge of the island, Sonny gritted his teeth.
Forget about it for now. First things first,
he thought, looking up at the night sky. The moon was high in the sky, which meant that he was finally going to get his sweet, enchanting reward. His desire to find the source of the miraculous coins the dead chainworm had brought with it to the Iron Hand Island staled this whole ordeal. And now, the coins would be its end. His prize was waiting for him up ahead. Entering the sanctuary, Sonny walked through the empty garden and approached the clear pond in its center. Stopping for a couple of moments to make sure that no one was watching him, he then crossed the stone path leading to the small island in its center. There, a white altar stood in the shade of an ancient tree, and an obsidian knife lay on its surface.
the moment of truth.
Sonny summoned the covetous coffer, took one of the gold coins out of it, and placed it on the altar. The coin shimmered, reflecting the moonlight, and then disappeared.
Your shadow grows stronger.
A big smile appeared on Sonny's face. Summoning the runes, he read,
Shadow fragments, 224 out of 2,000.
It works.
Initially, Sonny thought of going about using the coins in a slow and deliberate manner, throwing a dozen or so on the altar each time he had to return to the real world, to minimize the chances of being noticed, as well as hopefully quelling any rising suspicion. But now that the reward was in his sight, he decided against it. No, he wanted all of it right now. He deserved it. And with pressing matters and the missions he was about to go on, perhaps he needed it. Putting the wooden box on the altar, he turned it to the side, and then put his hand inside. A moment later, a stream of golden coins flowed onto the white surface. Then, they all started to disappear.
Your shadow grows stronger. Your shadow grows stronger. Your shadow grows stronger.
In the end, Sonny ended up sacrificing all 1,400 or so coins to the altar. Frightened to believe that it actually happened, he summoned the runes again. Then, he rubbed his eyes and read the line describing his shadow fragments 3 times in a row, just to make sure that his eyes weren't deceiving him.
I did it. I did it.
Luckily, they weren't. The runes now showed something that made his eyes widen in shock. In the first 2 months on the Chained Isles, Sonny worked really hard to hunt down nightmare creatures and slay them. And yet, he had only been able to collect 200 fragments. His last journey, harrowing as it had been though, gave him so much more. A wide grin appeared on Sonny's face.
Who said that greed is a sin? It's a virtue. A goddamn virtue, I say.
Because of the sudden influx of so many shards, Sonny got disoriented and swayed. His body was subtly rebuilding itself, growing stronger, more powerful. The difference was stark enough for him to feel it with every fiber of his being. As Awakened absorbed soul shards, or shadow fragments in his case, the capacity of their cores grew, and their physical capability was slightly enhanced. Usually, it happened at such small increments that the difference was hard to judge. This time, however, Sonny had done something pretty preposterous and consumed 1,400 shadow fragments all at once. He wondered if anyone else in history had accomplished the same feat.
No, not likely.
Grabbing the edge of the altar to support himself, he endured the strange and euphoric sensation as best as he could. How could anyone do such a thing if, as far as Sonny knew, everyone except Nephis and him were limited to having only one core? They wouldn't even be able to absorb this much. Back on the Forgotten Shore, Sonny had gone from having almost no shadow fragments to fully saturating his core up to 1,000. In the process, he went from being no different from a mundane human to reaching the pinnacle of what was humanly possible, to breaking past those limits. Becoming an Awakened had elevated him even further above what was considered normal. He was much stronger and faster than any mundane human could ever hope to be, and he was even capable of enhancing his prowess more with essence, achieving truly superhuman might. And now, he went through a transformation that was similar in scale to his rise on the Forgotten Shore, becoming so much more powerful. In fact, he was now probably the strongest Awakened both in the waking world and in the dream realm, with the exception of those whose aspects directly enhanced their physique. And even then, he could double, even triple his physical ability with the help of the shadows.
Insane.
Sonny thought, still reeling from the head rush. Sonny drew in a deep breath, then silently flexed his muscles, feeling a new strength course through his veins. He felt incredible. Incredibly strong, incredibly fast, incredibly resilient. But that wasn't all. The capacity of both his shadow cores was also dramatically enhanced, almost doubling in a matter of seconds. Therefore, his stores of shadow essence were now also much deeper. That meant that he could fight at his peak form for much longer. He could use the active enchantments of his memories more, remain in the form of a shadow for a bigger amount of time, control his shadows at a longer distance, and travel further when using Shadow Step. In short, Sonny had just become even more of a menace. Slowly getting accustomed to his new and improved physique, he couldn't help but smile. Now that he had finally made use of the miraculous coins, his previous disaster of an expedition came into perspective. Despite how much he had suffered and how close he had brushed with death, it all felt worth it somehow. His goal was to grow stronger, and Sonny had just made a big step toward that goal. It felt good. While Sonny was consumed with triumphant thoughts, his gaze fell on the obsidian knife that lay on the altar, His gaze lingered on it for a while. Then, he cautiously reached with his hand and touched the cold stone handle.
Will it work? Could I?
The knife remained on the altar of the sanctuary for as long as humans lived there. Pretty much every awakened that had ever set foot into the Citadel had tried to raise it off the white surface at least once, including Sonny. But none of them succeeded. The knife seemed to weigh more than the entire island itself, as if it was glued to the altar. No matter how much people tried, no one had ever managed to move it, even by an inch. However, when Sonny used the miraculous coins for the first time, he seemed to have noticed that the obsidian knife moved a little. Unless his mind was playing tricks on him. But no, he was sure of it. The knife had moved. Sonny had concluded that if he were to place enough coins on the altar, the knife might become detached from it and fall into his hands. Holding his breath, Sonny wrapped his fingers around the handle.
Here goes nothing.
Putting all of his strength into the pull, he tried to lift the obsidian blade off the altar. The knife, however, offered no resistance at all. It behaved like any knife would, easily sliding off the white stone, which then caused Sonny to lose his balance and tumble to the ground in a graceless roll. Sitting up, he stared at the knife in his hand with wild eyes. Then he shuddered.
Shit.
Sonny half expected for the entire sanctuary to plunge into the sky below, or for the gateway to stop functioning. That's why he wanted to just lift the knife a little, and then place it back down if something had gone awry. Instead, he was now a few steps away from the altar, with no way of getting back to it immediately. Luckily, none of his fears came true. Although the obsidian knife had left its usual spot on the altar, the island seemed fine. Everything was just as it had been a few seconds ago. He exhaled with visible relief.
Well, good. I wouldn't want to mess things up too bad for everyone here on the Chained Isles.
Rising to his feet, Sonny looked at the obsidian knife. It appeared as though it had been cut from a single piece of black stone, with its blade sharpened and polished. There wasn't anything special in the knife's design. In fact, it seemed a little bit crude, almost primitive. There was also one little problem. The knife did not turn into a memory. Sonny had expected it to disintegrate into a rain of sparks and enter his core just like Weaver's mask had done, or like shard memories behaved when raised by a new wielder. Mordred had mentioned something to that effect when speaking about the ivory knife in the Night Temple. He told Sonny that one had to spill blood on the black altar to receive a memory of the blade that rested on its surface. But the obsidian knife did no such thing. It just remained in his hand, as material and palpable as one could imagine. What was even stranger, though, was that the knife didn't appear to have any spell weave. It was, without a doubt, a magical item. Sonny could feel that it was, even if he didn't know what properties that entailed. However, when he looked beneath the surface of the knife, he didn't see the familiar pattern of ethereal strings weaving themselves around anchoring lights. What he saw instead was just brilliant radiance, as though the knife was filled to the brim with soul essence, and in that radiance was just a single string. It wasn't the same type of ethereal string, though. It was Sonny frowned, a string of fate. A single string of fate was somehow placed inside the obsidian knife, folding on itself endlessly with its two ends connected to create a perfect, never-ending circle. Sonny stared at the strange string for a while and then furrowed his brow. What is all that about? Sonny studied the obsidian knife for a while and concluded that he had no idea what this thing was supposed to be capable of. It wasn't a memory, and it didn't have a weave, so neither the spell nor his own ability to perceive and somewhat understand such things could help him. The only thing Sonny knew for certain was that someone had plucked a string from the tapestry of fate and placed it inside the knife, making a circle out of it for some mysterious purpose. Everything else was going to have to wait until the next time he heard from Mordred. The Lost Prince was bound to know more about the obsidian knife, since he seemed to know a lot about the Chained Isles and their past in general. Now, however, Sonny had to deal with another problem. He had to explain the disappearance of the knife to the Whitefeather clan somehow. Come morning, or at any moment really, if someone decided to leave the Dream Realm or entered it in the middle of the night, people would become aware that the knife that no one had been able to lift or move was now gone. Sonny had no doubt that it was not going to take a long time for them to figure out that it was him who had taken it. And after that, what to do? What to do? In the end, he came up with a really crazy idea. Something that he would have never even considered in normal circumstances. Something that went against his very nature. He went and told Master Roan the truth. Well, to be precise, the part that had to do with the miraculous coins. Visiting the Whitefeather compound in the middle of the night was a bit strange, but luckily for him, the older man turned out to be up. He was preparing to leave on a patrol, and so rose early to make the necessary preparations. After Sonny was done talking, the mighty Griffin Rider stared at him for a while with a perplexed expression. Then, he asked to take a look at the knife. Sonny reluctantly handed the obsidian blade over and watched nervously as Master Roan inspected it. He was really hoping that the Whitefeather clan would not decide to keep it. There were very few things Sonny could do if they did. Finally, the strapping master returned the obsidian knife to him and asked curiously,
So, you managed to lift it by using Noctis coins on the altar?
Sonny nodded.
Yeah. Wait, you know about the coins?
Master Roan nodded.
A few have been found here and there on the Isles over the years. It seems that this was the preferred currency people who lived here thousands of years ago used. No one had ever discovered a literal treasure trove of them, though, as you did.
He thought for a bit, and then smiled.
Actually, I think I have one stashed somewhere. Wait here for a bit, all right?
With that, Roan disappeared into the stone chateau, and then returned 10 or so minutes later, holding a familiar golden coin in his hand.
Found it. I used to carry it with me a lot before, as a lucky charm. Let's go.
Together, they returned to the altar island. The first thing Master Roan did was glance at the moon, and then place the coin on the altar. Once again, it gleamed and disappeared, leaving a bewildered expression on the handsome man's face.
I'll be damned. I just received a bit of soul essence. You were right.
He shook his head in astonishment.
To think that these coins had such a use all this time, and no one was the wiser. Good job, Sunless.
Then Master Roan hesitated for a few moments and asked,
Can you place the knife back on the altar?
Sonny did as he was asked, and then watched as the mighty Griffin Rider used all of his formidable power in a vain attempt to lift the obsidian blade off the white surface. When he was done with that futile attempt and stepped back to catch his breath, Sonny simply took hold of the handle and retrieved the knife without any problem.
Interesting.
Then came the moment of truth. Sonny tensed as he waited for the older man's decision. After thinking about it for a while, Master Roan said,
Well, I don't know if you know this, Sunless, but there is a sacred rule among us awakened in the dream realm. The sanctity of this rule is unassailable and beyond reproach, and that rule is finders keepers.
Sonny blinked.
What?
The strapping master grinned.
So you don't have to worry about either me or Tyrus taking that knife from you.
Then, however, his smile dimmed.
Other people, though, might not be as reasonable, even if no one knows what power this thing has, or if there even is anything special about it. Someone might get too excited and act in a regrettable manner. So, I'd advise you to put the knife back on the altar until the time you feel like using it.
Sonny considered his words and had to admit that this, indeed, would be the best decision for now. Master Roan helped him confirm that no one else would be able to take the knife, and carrying it around before venturing into the nightmare had no benefit. Summoning the memory of how exactly the obsidian blade had been placed on the altar, he put it in its previous spot and took a step back. Master Roan nodded.
Good choice. Please, do tell us if you find out anything about its purpose. At least if it has anything to do with the well-being of the sanctuary. If need be, we'll compensate you fairly to either take the knife off your hands or lend it for a bit, if that's what you prefer.
Sonny agreed to this condition, since it sounded reasonable. With that out of the way, the strapping Griffin Rider looked at him with sparks dancing in his eyes.
So, what are you going to do now?
Sonny frowned.
What a weird question. Go home, take a shower, deal with some real-world business. Why? What are you going to do?
Master Roan laughed.
What do you mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to go on my patrol, and then I'll go coin hunting, of course. I suspect that everyone in the sanctuary is going to be searching for Noctis coins like madmen for quite some time after that discovery of yours. People are going to get really busy.
Sonny remained silent for a bit, and then said in a very serious tone,
Good luck, then. One thing. If you find a big chest full of them, make your griffin stomp on it a few times before coming closer. Better yet, do that to every chest you encounter in the future. Never trust a chest not to eat you is what I'm trying to say. I sure won't.
With that, he said goodbye to the handsome master, placed his hand on the altar, and returned to the real world. There was a lot he had to do there. Sometime later, Sonny was in his kitchen, eating the breakfast he had just prepared. He was thinking of all the things on his to-do list. They were, in no particular order, selling the soul shards he had brought with him from the dream realm, and setting up a stable method to sell more in the future, returning to the dreamscape to participate in duels on the professional arenas, to practice shadow dance and feed the mantle of the underworld with victories, observing Rain and thinking of a way to deal with that whole situation, learning how to properly fight with a spear, visiting Neth, writing a report about the Noctis coins for Teacher Julius. There were probably more things he had to do, but he was forgetting. But he already had enough on his plate. Finishing the breakfast and staring toward the door of the guest bedroom, where Effie still slept while her spirit wandered the dream realm, he shook his head and went out to sit on the porch as he drank some delicious tea. It was early morning. Sonny enjoyed the pleasant view of the terrace district. watched as Rain walked to the public transport hub on her way to school, and then activated his communicator. He was going to start with the simplest of tasks. Navigating to the market section of the network, he habitually inputted his identification number to access the awakened section of it. Sonny had browsed the wares there before, even if, back then, he barely had enough money to buy anything. Today, however, things were different today. He was approaching the network as a seller, not as a buyer. Sonny entered soul shards as the keywords and stared at the listings, appreciating the number of zeros in their prices. It seemed as though the value of shards was not uniform. Of course, the higher rank shards cost more, but people, strangely, also seemed to care about what nightmare creature the crystal came from, and how it had been defeated.
What the hell?
Apparently, there were collectors among the wealthy mundane humans who were very interested in this sort of thing. Some superstitious awakened also believed, for some reason, that absorbing bad shards would be detrimental to the purity of their souls. Weirdos. Sonny didn't know many things, but one thing he did know was that not a single awakened had a pure soul. Even the best of them were murderers by nature, and their hearts were painted black by the nightmares they had experienced. Not to mention that there were no bad or good soul shards. They were all pretty much the same, coming from terrible monsters and earned through bloodshed. Anyway, that was something he was going to consider when creating his own listing. After getting the gist of the pricing, Sonny opened the form to create his own digital shop. Without thinking too much, he named it Brilliant Emporium and went on to fill out the entire form. Then, it was time to put his soul shards into the auction. Sonny wrote simply,
4 soul shards coming from a fallen devil, Mordant Mimic. The creature was killed and eaten by the proprietor of the Brilliant Emporium himself. Before that, the Mordant Mimic had been pretending to be a treasure chest and devouring those lured by the promise of treasure. In the end, it bit off more than it could chew.
Satisfied with that, he finalized the listing and stared at it for a bit, as if expecting someone to bid instantly. However, nothing of the sort happened. With a sigh, Sonny deactivated the communicator and went back inside.
Soon. I will be rich soon.
It took several days for all 4 of his soul shards to sell. After that, Sonny had to arrange secure delivery, which was somewhat of a headache on its own. Overall, the process took too much time from his already packed schedule. He also felt he was missing some crucial knowledge on how to make his business boom. Even though the product he was trying to sell was first class, there were not a lot of fallen rank soul shards out there compared to dormant and awakened ones. The bidding had not really taken off. He did make a sizable amount of money, but not as sizable as it could have been. Still, it was enough to purchase a couple of cheap lower rank memories. Sonny simply looked for the most useless ones, which no one else would ever want to buy, and made the minimum offer. Whoever was selling them must have been happy beyond belief to finally be rid of these things. Sonny was going to feed the memories to Saint immediately after receiving them, but before that, he spent a lot of his time training with the cruel sight in his underground dojo, perfecting his movements and testing his limits. He wanted to fully understand the ability's capabilities, feeling every shift in its weight and balance, and learning how to wield it with maximum efficiency. He had a solid understanding of how to use a short sword, but a spear was an alien beast to him. Even though Sonny knew the basic rules of combat technique and could perform somewhat effectively while wielding any weapon, he was far, far away from mastering them. How fortunate it was, then, that he had a renowned spearmaster, raised by wolves herself, crashing in his guest bedroom. Granted, she couldn't really spar with him due to her condition, but he had Saint for that. In the end, the three of them spent a lot of time in his basement. Effie observed and explained to him what to do, how to do it, and, most importantly, what not to do. Saint served as his opponent and the mighty enemy to polish his nascent skill against Sonny. Sonny found himself once again in the role of a willing punching bag. It was just like in that week they had spent in the hidden chamber of the ruined cathedral in the Dark City. Sonny even got nostalgic, remembering how cozy and nice things had been back then. Now, however, things were much better. Not only was there an unlimited amount of delicious food they could eat during the breaks in his training, but there was even medicine and ice baths to ease the pain in his bruised and beaten body. Training with Saint was really effective, but she really didn't know how to pull her punches. Just like that, a few days passed, and then something that Sonny had been dreading for a while finally and inevitably happened. It was time to accompany Kai to the premiere of the Song of Light and Darkness. Sometime later, Sonny was pondering his life choices while sitting in the back row of a crowded theater. The lights were already off, which obviously meant nothing to him. People seemed to be really excited to see the movie, though. Especially Effie, who was to his side, munching on something called popcorn and staring at the screen. In the darkness, somber music started to play, reverberating through the entire space and making the audience shiver. Effie suddenly jabbed her elbow into his ribs. "Do you know who is the composer for this thing? It's Griffin. I don't know how they managed to get him, but he scored the entire movie. Such an honor. Can you believe it?" Sonny had no idea who this Griffin guy was, but judging by Effie's reaction, he was someone famous. Massaging his ribs with a grimace, Sonny offered a stifled answer. "I can." On the screen, the interior of a spacious and beautifully lit room appeared. A small girl with silver hair was playing on a carpet, while a handsome man with dark circles under his eyes was shown studying a map. Sonny's eyebrow went up. What the hell? Sonny was glad the room was so dark. He wasn't sure if he would be able to stifle or hide the emotions on his face. Was that supposed to be Nephis? If so, her hair should have been black. It only turned silver after her first nightmare. Effie giggled. So cute. The girl, meanwhile, approached the table and reached to touch the strange sword that lay on it. The blade of the sword was short and misshapen, as though shattered a long time ago. Before the girl could cut herself, though, the man lifted the sword and brought it out of her reach.
This is not a toy, Nephis.
Sonny palmed his face and grimaced.
But Daddy, why is your sword broken?
The man smiled.
So what if it is broken? It is still sharp.
Then he put his hand on the girl's shoulder and looked at her with a very serious expression.
One day you will wield a sword too, darling. When you do, remember one thing. We awakened only raise arms to protect humanity. As long as we don't give up, no matter how dire the situation is, there will be hope. Just like this sword, humanity is more resilient than it seems.
Sonny tilted his head. Wait, this doesn't even make sense. The scene, however, was already over. The screen turned black for a few moments, and the movie transitioned into the future. Nephis, now a tall porcelain-skinned beauty with a slim waist, generous figure, long eyelashes, and mesmerizing gray eyes, was entering the academy. What followed was a long training montage showing her defeating every other sleeper there with a training sword, all the while offering words of wisdom like,
Never give up hope.
or,
Remember your duty.
or.
We are humans.
The propaganda was so tacky and laid so thick, Sonny couldn't help but cringe. The only person movie Nephis couldn't defeat was a handsome young man with masculine features, broad shoulders, and a noble bearing. Castor. Sonny rolled his eyes. Oh no. Oh no. Sonny should have guessed by the invitation Kai had given him, but the director of the movie was obviously hinting at the nascent romantic feelings between the two. Their conversations in the academy seemed to be about swordsmanship, but were also somehow deeply flirtatious. The actors had an immense amount of chemistry, as much as it disgusted Sonny to admit. He wanted to vomit, but the audience was clearly enthralled by the two leads. Sonny didn't dwell on this preposterous thing for long, though, because right about then, his own character was introduced. What the spell is this? The actor hired to play him was a literal child. It was a teenage boy of about 13 years of age, with a mischievous grin and a face that, for lack of better words, simply begged to be punched. Worse than that, he was shown as extremely uneducated, clumsy, and naive. In short, Sonny was the comic relief. He turned to Effie in outrage, only to see her laughing silently. Effie muttered, knowing Sonny would hear her.
Oh man, who's the casting director for this movie? I need to send them flowers.
Even Sonny's shadows were laughing. Both of them. Sonny gritted his teeth, promised to exact revenge on Kai and Effie for making him endure this, and turned back to the screen. Finally, Nephis entered the dream realm and found herself on the Forgotten Shore. The coral labyrinth and the dark sea were recreated with such detail that he couldn't help but shiver.
Well, they did their research at least.
The audience was holding their breaths during Neff's journey to the Dark City. The terrifying nature of the dark tides and the deadly battles with awakened nightmare creatures populating the labyrinth created a truly tense, suffocating atmosphere. Of course, everyone knew that the main character was not going to die in the first half of the movie, but that's where Sonny, as well as Cassia, came into play. Just as he had expected, the movie showed them as a burden that had to be carried by Nephis on her heroic journey. But since very few people knew who Sonny was, his fate was uncertain. As far as the rest of the audience knew, Nephis was bound to survive. But what about her friends? And, thanks to his character, there were also moments of pleasant levity amidst all the tension. A few times, the whole audience exploded with laughter after the film's version of Sonny did something especially stupid, or said something really outrageous. He had also slowly developed a catchphrase. It was,
Are you crazy?
that not only allowed the audience to chuckle, but also allowed Nephis to educate her worthless follower, thus naturally delivering a lot of necessary exposition. The real Sonny was not amused, though. The audience was not laughing with him, they were laughing at him. It was one thing to want to fly under the radar, but he must have done such a good job with that the writer thought that they could use him for whatever they needed. And this was it. He snarled at the screen and thought,
Idiots! What do you even know?
They didn't know anything. Since no one knew what the three of them had gone through on their way to the Dark City, the writer simply came up with some dire dangers for Nephis to overcome. Eventually, though, they made it to the ancient city and met Effie. Effie was played by a very tall, athletic, and attractive actress. The way she played her, though, was a sight to behold. The actress went out of her way to portray the Huntress as a charismatic, but not very bright savage, who was all brawn and no brain. All she knew how to do was fight, eat, and break things. Sonny turned to Effie and grinned, full of malice and gloating. This was the first time he had ever seen the boisterous young woman. Completely mortified. It was Sonny's turn to elbow her in the ribs, grinning.
Casting director, you say? I think I'll send them flowers too.
The film continued, the screen flickering in front of a delighted and enthralled audience. Sonny and Effie, however, continued to watch the movie with bleak expressions as the film version of Nephis reached the Dark City and the film version of Effie. The second act took place in the outer settlement and was dedicated to Nephis's heroic attempts to protect and inspire the young men and women trapped there. There were a lot of impassioned speeches, blood-chilling expeditions into the Dark City, and tense altercations with Gunlog's forces. There were also a lot of shenanigans from the young caricature of Sonny, to the delight of the audience. At some point, people started to scream,
Are you crazy?
along with him. A bit further into the movie, there was a sort of comical moment of growth for the character when he asked,
Am I crazy?
instead, and went along with Nephis without offering his usual critique, which was met with cheers. Most of this part of the movie, however, was dedicated to the genuine respect and camaraderie that blossomed between Nephis and Castor in this dire time. Sonny felt a twinge of jealousy in his chest. He had enough complicated feelings when it came to Nephis, but he was surprised that this ridiculous depiction of their time in the dream realm could stir up these old emotions. Castor was long dead, but that didn't stop Sonny from glaring at the overly handsome leading man version of him up on the massive silver screen.
He doesn't deserve to be remembered like this,
Sonny thought. He knew what a snake Castor turned out to be, but no one else would ever know about that. On the screen, with the handsome male lead version of Castor as her right hand, Changing Star successfully united the people of the outer settlement. She reminded them of what it meant to be humans and challenged Gunlog to save boisterous Effie from unjust imprisonment. The duel itself was choreographed somewhat well, even if it had nothing to do with the real thing. The moves both the radiant heroine and the cruel tyrant used were flashy and dramatic and expressed the mood well, but anyone trying to actually fight like that would probably risk having their enemy die of laughter. The third act showed the siege of the Crimson Spire, the heroic stand of the warriors of the First Line and Effie, Kai's battle in the skies with the Spire messengers, and Neph and Castor's fighting back to back, slaying dozens and dozens of nightmare creatures together. The audience seemed to have forgotten to breathe, and even Sonny had to admit that the battle scene was filmed especially well, showcasing the chaos, horror, and terrible toll of human lives that such a massacre was bound to reap. Many side characters that people had already grown to love died heroically, and he even heard a few sobs coming from the darkness. Enhanced by the beautiful music, the atmosphere was not tragic, though. On the contrary, it was triumphant and exalted, as if to die in this way was the highest honor a human could receive. A bit uncomfortable, Sonny shifted in his seat.
That Griffin guy really knows how to make a tune,
he thought. Some parts of the film score had even given him chills, even when what was on screen made him roll his eyes. When the situation was the most desperate, with the dark water rising and threatening to drown all the surviving warriors, a sudden change happened. The sea suddenly retreated, and the monsters started to fall to the ground. Castor, covered in blood and wounds, looked at Nephis and whispered,
My lady, the sun.
Indeed, the sun had suddenly turned menacingly red, its light eradicating the remaining nightmare creatures and assaulting the humans. For the first time in the entire movie, an uncertain and desperate expression appeared on Changing Star's face. Salvation came from someone who the audience would have never expected to see do something so profound. A clear ringing of the bell resounded in the air, and a small figure of clumsy, useless Sonny could be seen near the tower, waving his hand in the air. The survivors rushed toward the Crimson Spire and entered inside. There, Nephis looked up and then turned to Sonny.
Someone has to stall the terror so that everyone can escape. I will battle with that nightmare, but there's an important task you must complete. Lead all these people to the gateway.
Sonny on the screen looked at Changing Star with fear.
Lady Nephis, are you crazy? I am just a clumsy kid from the outskirts. How can you entrust something so important to someone like me?
Sonny, in the real world, suppressed an infuriated groan. People in the audience, though, were rather emotional.
You can do it, Sonny.
You got this, kid. You're a great scout. Don't sell yourself short. On the screen, the beautiful actress playing Nephis looked down on the comical, slightly pathetic boy in front of her and put her hand on his shoulder.
We awakened must rise to the occasion to protect humanity. As long as we don't give up, no matter how dire the situation is, there will be hope. I believe in you, Sonny. You are capable of much more than you think.
With that, she left the survivors and went off to fight the terror, while Sonny guided everyone to the gateway, and somewhere in the process, Castor left the group to aid Changing Star in battle. The last scenes of the movie cut between the 100 survivors fighting their way to the gateway and the tragic duo battling the terrifying creature at the top of the spire. Many people in the audience were crying, knowing full well that neither of them were going to return to the real world. In the end, Castor heroically sacrificed himself to protect Nephis, breaking the hearts of so many viewers. The survivors found the gateway and escaped seconds before it was destroyed. The last shot showed a bloodied Nephis walking out of the tower, holding a broken sword in her hand. As she gazed at the forgotten shore, a lone tear rolled down her cheek.
As long as we don't give up, there is hope.
The screen turned black. And in the next moment, the audience exploded with applause. Sonny stared at all those people, many of them applauding with tears in their eyes, with a strange expression on his face.
Did they actually like that crap?
He wondered. Though he couldn't be that surprised by their reaction, he was deeply uncomfortable and cringing. But he heard their reactions during the movie. They ate up every frame of it. He turned to Effie, lingered for a moment, and asked,
Did you like it?
The former huntress gave him a long look. Her face was unreadable, but then it broke into a cringing smile. Then she said,
What, am I an idiot? Of course I didn't like it. It's such a piece of crap.
Effie laughed. Sonny exhaled with relief. At least there was one other sane person in this theater. After the movie was over, Kai appeared to deafening applause and gave a short speech, congratulating the director and the crew of the movie, and then inviting them on stage for a short Q&A. When Kai introduced the panel for the question and answer period, there was a brief moment when Sonny tensed.
No, he wouldn't pull me and Effie up for this. Would he?
To Sonny's relief, Kai did not single Effie or Sonny out to the crowd. Sonny sank into his seat. Effie arched an eyebrow at him, but Sonny just shook his head in a silent response. Sonny stared at the director of this travesty, seriously considering silently assassinating him for a few moments. Then, he glanced at Effie, who, judging by her face, was thinking the same. He lingered for a few moments, debating on what to say. Then he asked,
"What do you want to do?"
The young woman inhaled deeply, turning to him, and smiled.
"I am hungry. Let's go eat."
Together, they snuck out of the screening hall and went to find the theater's restaurant. There were a lot of people there who, just like them, had decided to skip the PR portion of the event and were now enjoying food and drinks, discussing the movie with lively expressions. Sonny and Effie got themselves something to eat and sat at an empty table, then grew quiet for a while. Each was preoccupied with their own thoughts. Now that Sonny had a little time to digest the movie, his anger subsided a bit. In fact, he was even happy. Sure, the way he was portrayed in the story was as far from the truth as it could have been, and more than a little bit humiliating. But, in a way, this was exactly what he needed. Now that Nephis had become his master, he didn't have to hide his strength and true name that much. But he still preferred to remain in the shadows. Not only because there was a possibility of becoming masterless again, but also because it was the best way to be in a world so full of hidden daggers and powerful enemies. Being renowned would make a lot of things difficult for him, and make every battle he fought after that harder. After all, there was no better advantage than being underestimated by the enemy. From that point of view, the ridiculous way in which he was portrayed in the movie was a blessing. It made the possibility of anyone thinking highly of him that much lower. Of course, not everyone was going to watch that travesty, but many would, and their opinion was going to spread. Who would believe that Changing Star's bumbling sidekick was, in fact, one of the most dangerous awakened alive, and thus consider him as a serious threat? Pretty much no one. So, in a sense, the director of the Song of Light and Darkness unintentionally had done him a huge favor. Satisfied with that conclusion, Sonny looked around. He saw several people looking at Effie with stunned expressions, clearly gathering their courage to come and introduce themselves. But no one had, yet. He could hear their whispers, though.
"Look, it's her, raised by wolves."
Oh my.
I heard about her situation, but to actually see it, she is so brave.
Effie herself was strangely quiet. Her face was blank, but Sonny saw the hint of a pained expression in her eyes. She ignored the whispers, then looked at him and asked,
"Hey, Sonny, can I ask you something?"
Sensing that this was not going to be a simple question, he tensed a little and then said,
"Sure. What is it?"
Effie hesitated for a few moments, then lowered her voice so that no one would be able to overhear.
Did Castor really leave to help Nephis?
He forgot that no one else had really seen what happened, and he hadn't exactly laid out the story to others. It wasn't that he was hiding it from them. He just didn't know how to break the story to them without getting into his own issues between Castor, Nephis, and Cassia. But if he stuck to the baseline facts, he could get through it, so long as the right questions were asked. Sonny stared at his friend for a bit, then shook his head.
No. He left to make sure that she died.
Effie inhaled deeply.
I see.
She didn't continue that conversation, as though his answer confirmed something that she had already suspected. Despite her often boorish demeanor and the way she was portrayed in the movie, Effie was anything but dim-witted. In fact, she was extremely intelligent, cool-headed, and cunning. Otherwise, she would have never survived for 3 long years alone on the streets of the Dark City. It was only natural for her to have suspicions, considering how much she knew. Luckily, Effie did not ask anything else. Her silence was mostly due to a strange man who entered the restaurant. He looked around, noticed their table, and walked over with gleaming eyes. Sonny stifled a groan.
Oh no, another fan of Raised by Wolves.
The man stopped in front of them, glanced at Effie, and then turned to Sonny with an odd expression.
Are you awakened sunless?
Sonny blinked.
What? Yes?
A bright smile appeared on the man's face.
Oh my goodness. It is such an honor. I am such a huge fan of yours.
Sonny was stunned.
What is happening?
Sonny stared at the beaming man, trying to comprehend what he was saying. Misjudging his expression, the man hurriedly said,
Oh, sorry. I was so nervous that I forgot to introduce myself. I am a writer. In fact, it was I who wrote the screenplay for A Song of Light and Darkness. And it's all thanks to you.
Effie stared at Sonny with an expression that didn't promise him anything good, and asked in a sweet voice,
Oh? All thanks to him? Really? How come?
Sonny was speechless. He had no idea what this man was talking about.
Oh gods, I'm in trouble.
The man's smile grew even wider.
Exploration report on the Forgotten Shore. It is such a brilliant piece of academic work. I based most of my research on your profound work, Awakened Sunless. Everyone on the crew and everyone in the cast read it at least once. I even insisted on giving you the co-writer credit, but sadly it was impossible. You know, due to you not being a member of the Screenwriters Guild. But fret not, I'll let everyone know that if it weren't for you, this movie wouldn't exist.
Sonny stared at the man with wide eyes, and then said in a weak voice,
Please, don't.
But it was of no use.
Oh, you are so humble, so modest. Well, of course, what else would I expect from a researcher as talented as you? But it wouldn't be right for me to receive all the praise. No, people must know.
He looked at the restaurant and proclaimed, not even trying to keep his voice down,
that it is you, Awakened Sunless, who they must thank for being able to enjoy our wonderful film.
Sonny saw so many faces turn in his direction. He felt his cheeks heating up with embarrassment. Sonny looked at the floor.
I guess I am going to have to kill Kai. Or, wait, no. Actually, that probably makes us even after the whole mongrel disaster. Luckily for Sunny, Kai was finished with his business soon, and they were able to leave the theater for a more private space. Otherwise, there might have been civilian casualties at the premiere of the Song of Light and Darkness. After that damn writer had announced Sunny's identity to everyone in the restaurant, the number of people asking him to say,
Are you crazy?
to their faces almost pushed him to the brink. In any case, soon he found himself in a sophisticated lounge in the company of Effie, Kai, and Eiko. The petite girl looked very sharp in a fashionable business suit and radiated a sense of cold professionalism that made people think twice before approaching laid-back and friendly Kai, which, Sunny supposed, was a big part of being an idol's manager. When they were seated, the idol in question gave them a guilty look.
Well, it wasn't that bad, was it?
Effie smiled at him and said sweetly,
Sure, but also, the only reason you're still alive is that it would be a chore to clean the blood off my wheelchair.
Kai chuckled nervously and glanced at Sunny.
What about you?
Sunny shrugged.
I don't mind. Actually, I am happy to be portrayed as a bumbling fool.
The charming Archer blinked.
Really?
Sunny gave him a serious nod.
Of course. It's easier to fool people who think that you're the fool. So, I don't mind.
Kai looked away in embarrassment.
Anyway, you don't have to worry too much, really. These types of films are usually made to boost the public morale. No one is really going to take them seriously. Even mundane people understand the difference between reality and fiction when it comes to the awakened.
Sunny laughed.
Sure, when they want to.
Sunny had been a mundane person for most of his life. Even though he grew up in the outskirts, he used to consume cheap entertainment just like everyone else in the waking world. Yes, he knew how to recognize propaganda and what to not take seriously, but at the same time, many things that had nothing to do with the truth found their way into his mind and silently became beliefs. That was how well-engineered propaganda worked. They spent some time chatting and joking about especially ridiculous moments in the movie. And at the right moment, Sunny said,
By the way, I talked to Cassia. She's in, but we'll need to do it before winter. So, -1 month for preparations.
Effie smiled.
Good. I'll start packing then. I am south of Bastion right now, so it will take me 2 or 3 months to get to the Chained Isles. Unless one of you knows a friendly local saint.
Sunny thought about St. Tyrus, but remained silent. No, that woman frightened him too much to ask for a favor. He wondered how Master Jet had convinced her to allow Sunny in the first place. Kai nodded.
We can meet in Bastion and travel north together. It will be safer.
Eiko, meanwhile, was looking at them with a confused expression on her delicate face.
Travel north? Do it before winter? What are you guys talking about?
A guilty expression suddenly appeared on Kai's face.
That's, I haven't mentioned it before, but basically I am going to join Sunny, Effie, and Cassia to challenge the second nightmare.
Eiko stared at him with a shocked expression.
Not to steal from Sunny, but are you crazy? Have you told the agency?
Kai smiled weakly.
No, I was hoping that you would tell them actually. They'll listen to you. Isn't it a good thing, really, for public relations? Plus, as a master, I won't have to visit the Dream Realm every day.
The petite girl scoffed.
If you survive.
Then she glanced at Sunny and Effie and shook her head.
Who am I kidding? I guess I'll be jobless again soon. You guys have fun for a bit. I'll go get a drink.
With that, she rose and went toward the bar. Sunny thought for a bit, then rose too.
I'll go keep her company.
Kai gave him a thankful smile.
I appreciate it.
Sunny chewed his lip, but looked towards the bar.
What does he think I'm going to do? Does he think I can convince her that this is a good idea?
Sunny gave his friend a confused look, then followed Eiko. He wasn't walking over to Eiko to help Kai out. He wanted to talk to her about something else, in private. When he approached the bar and stood near the petite girl, she gave him a dirty look.
Whatever it is, no. Hell no.
Sunny gave her a mock look of shock and offense.
Whatever do you mean?
Eiko smiled crookedly.
I know that look of yours. The last time you looked at me like that, Stev and I almost ended up as the Bloodlord bait. What do you want me to do? Join your suicide crusade?
He shook his head.
No, nothing of the sort. I have a question about your job.
The petite girl raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
Sunny nodded.
Well, since there's a possibility of you losing a part of your income, and Kai tells me that you are really good at managing stuff, how would you like to help me manage a blossoming new business?
Eiko looked at him with a dubious expression.
Are you opening an assassination agency?
Sunny almost choked.
What? What made you think that? No, I just found a way to move items between the real world and the dream realm. My dream, if you need to know, is to become the proprietor of an elite memory store.
The petite woman's eyes widened.
Really?
Sunny frowned.
Yes, really. Just imagine sitting safely in a fashionably decorated store without having to risk my skin in the dream realm, and have tons of money simply flow into my hands. That's the stuff dreams are made of, is it not?
Eiko shook her head with a bewildered expression on her face.
I guess so.
Sunny smiled.
You understand? The others might think that it's silly, but I know you wouldn't, as a former business owner yourself. Anyway, I wouldn't have a large enough arsenal of memories for a while, but I can start creating a reputation for the store already. A brand name, or whatever it's called. Just sold 4 fallen soul shards on the network from a devil I killed. But for some reason, that bastard shards did not fetch a really good price.
Eiko looked at him with a frown.
Well, what category of the vendor license did you apply for? Who's your appraiser? What's your feature strategy? SEO approach? Pool of endorsements?
He remained silent for a bit, then said,
You see, you said a lot of words, and most of them even sound familiar, but I have no idea what you mean. What the hell was she talking about? Wait, do I even need a license? Don't tell me that I need to pay taxes, too.
The petite woman closed her eyes for a moment.
None. You did none of these things.
Sunny nodded.
It's a miracle that you even managed to sell those shards.
He smiled.
That's why I need someone smart and resourceful like you to help me. For 5% commission of every sale? Just think about it. How many awakened out there can bring soul shards to the real world and bring spices to the dream realm? We'll be rich in no time.
Eiko sighed and remained silent for a bit. Then she said,
That is a high-risk business venture that wholly depends on two unpredictable factors. You staying alive, and you continuously hunting down nightmare creatures, which are usually in contradiction to each other. So, in normal circumstances, I would have said no, but this is you, I guess. Plus, you do have a good relationship with all three of the newest named Awakened, as well as a lot of prestige as a member of Changing Stars cohort, and now even some pop culture fame.
Eiko shrugged, then thought for a long while, and then said,
10%.
Sunny grinned and offered her his hand for a handshake.
Perfect. Welcome aboard Sunny's Brilliant Emporium.
She stared at him in shock.
Wait, you actually named the store Brilliant Emporium? Can the naming be changed?
He shook his head.
No, it's non-negotiable. But what's wrong with that name? It's a great name. I think that it's, brilliant.
After that night, Sunny became really busy.
Delegating. That's the secret of success.
That was his thought after Eiko joined the Brilliant Emporium as a manager. With her help, he went through all the necessary paperwork to make his improvised network store seem legit. Or, he guessed, that just made it actually legit. Sunny noticed the difference right after listing the soul shards he had gathered from the inhabitants of the sanctuary for sale. Not only did they get purchased much faster, but the price was also pleasantly higher than expected. He also didn't need to spend a lot of his severely lacking time on managing sales, delivery, and purchases. Eiko streamlined the process and created a simple and efficient system where he handed her the inventory and the updated information on what items the Awakened wanted to receive from him in the Dream Realm, and she did the rest. While its volume of sales was not overwhelming, the Brilliant Emporium started functioning as a real business with a constant level of activity and a slowly growing client base. Sunny just had to collect the money and spend it on low-tier memories to feed the saint, as well as remain alive while getting the soul shards, of course. Sadly, despite how appreciative of the concept of delegating he became, this was the only part of his busy life that he could entrust to someone else. All the other things he had to do were either too personal or too secretive to recruit anyone to help. No one was going to do his research for him, so Sunny had to spend time writing reports, bringing them to Teacher Julius, and working with the old man to make them worthy of being rewarded with contribution points. Nothing had brought him quite as much as the Forgotten Shore report had, but the points were slowly accumulating. Similarly, now that Cassia was gone on a long expedition, he was the only one of Neff's friends, of which there were only two, really, who could visit her. That was not a burden, but took away some of his time nevertheless. He also kept an eye on the runes, describing her status, and saw the number of soul fragments in her possession increase at a frightening speed almost every day. Sunny didn't know where Neffis was and what she was doing, what kinds of enemies she was fighting, but they must have been as powerful as they were ample in numbers. He had to keep up. Now that he had received a vast boost to his power through sacrificing the miraculous coins to the White Altar in the Sanctuary of Noctis, less than 400 fragments stood between him and being able to create a third core. That meant that he had to continue venturing into the wilderness of the Chained Isles to hunt down nightmare creatures. Armed with the cruel sight and the ability to infuse its blade with either invisible soul damage or radiant divine flame, he was now able to go further than he had before and challenge creatures that previously he chose to avoid. Their deaths rewarded him with shadow fragments, while their bodies gifted him soul shards that were then sold and converted into memories, and through those into shadow fragments as well, this time for the saint to consume. It was a virtuous but exhausting and wildly dangerous cycle, and as if the pressure of having to keep up with Changing Star wasn't enough, he also had to continue training, both with the spear, with the help of Effie and his taciturn demon, and without it, to practice shadow dance. That second task, however, had turned out to be much harder than Sunny expected. Before plunging back into the dreamscape, he decided to be careful and check what the situation with Mongrel was. A quick search on the network could tell him if everyone had forgotten about the masked swordsman or not. And as it turned out, they did not. To Sunny's dismay, he found out that in the month of his absence, the people infatuated with Mongrel had not only persisted in their excitement, but also brought it to a whole new, truly ridiculous level. All of them were flooding the network with theories and discussions, and countless individuals, even those who missed out on the initial sensation, were waiting with bated breath for one glorious moment. The return of Lord Mongrel. With each day that passed, their anticipation only grew stronger. No matter how discreet Sunny could be, once he appeared in the dreamscape, it was going to create too much noise and attract too much attention.
Damn it all. What a disaster.
He was on the verge of pulling his hair out in despair. It was worth remembering that the persona of Mongrel, irony, had been created to help him stay anonymous, potentially in order to safely glean secrets about the sovereigns in the future. What a joke it was that the faceless phantom he created ended up being much more famous and recognizable than its creator. In any case, the situation was seriously messing up Sunny's plans. He simply couldn't use Dreamscape, which caused his progress with Shadow Dance and the Mantle of the Underworld to stall. And if that wasn't enough, there was another unexpected problem he encountered. That one wasn't as inconvenient and pernicious, but made him worry a lot for whatever reason. It was that Sunny had not heard from Mordred again after returning from the Ivory Tower. Despite the fact that several weeks had passed, the lost prince remained gone. Sunny's head, once again, had only one voice resounding in it: his own. Usually, that would have been a good sign, but Mordred's absence made Sunny tense and full of vaguely bad premonitions. What could have happened to his mysterious helper? Was he simply unable to establish contact outside of the sky below and the Ivory Island? Or had something happened to him? There was no answer. Sunny even took out the mirror shard from the covetous coffer and smeared a few drops of blood on it, to no result whatsoever. The piece of mirror remained the same, absolutely dark, and refusing to reflect anything. It was because of one of these fruitless attempts that Sunny was in a rather dark mood one night. He stepped away from dinner to try, when the thoughts were consuming his mind as he and Effie ate in silence. He stepped away, went down into the basement, and tried to contact Mordred again, but again was met with silence. He stalked out of his house, slamming the door behind him. He sank into a chair on his porch, gazing out at the quiet neighborhood street. It was early evening, and shadows were slowly growing longer and deeper. Maybe it was the exhaustion from his stacked schedule, but Sonny was soon consumed by thoughts and lost track of his surroundings, something that rarely happened. That was why he was so shocked to hear someone's voice just a few meters away.
What are you staring at?
Sonny blinked a few times, then focused his sight on the person who had addressed him. In front of him, at a bit of distance, just between the sidewalk and the path leading to his porch, stood a 14-year-old girl in a school uniform with black hair and dark eyes, and a very unamused expression on her pale face. Sonny's chest grew cold.
Shit.
It was Rain. Looking right at Sonny, she sighed and repeated,
I said, what are you staring at, brat?